Kirshen, Cluse, Longbine, Masterson, McGinn, Olson, O'Shea, Peck, Peterson, Petty, Pittman, Kyle, Reichman, Steffen, Straub, Sullentrop, Sykes, Thompson, Tyson, Ware, Warren, Wilborn.
Senators and your guests, please rise and give prayerful attention to the chaplain.
Please join me in prayer. Heavenly Father, it's the day after President's Day, but inspire us to keep on praying for our presidents, for our leaders, for all of us in these halls that have to do with governing. In fact, for all of us who preside over matters that are crucial in determining the quality of our future. And Lord, unofficially, that does apply to all of us. For even the smallest matters can produce the greatest of influences. To remind us of the significant influence the small can have with the mighty, in 1 Corinthians chapter 5, verse 6 and Galatians chapter 5, verse 9, you said that just a little yeast will spread through the entire batch of dough. Dr. Martin Luther King reminded us, if a man is called to be a street sweeper, he should sweep streets even as a Michelangelo painted, or Beethoven composed music, or Shakespeare wrote poetry. He should sweep streets so well, and here's the influence, that all the hosts of heaven and earth will pause to say, here lived a great street sweeper who did his job well. Remind us, Lord, that in your economy, the potential for all of us is more than we can imagine. You had Jesus choose 12 misfits to be world changers, and one of them was a devil. So, Lord, encourage us to stir our yeast of goodness in the lives of those we encounter. I pray this in the name of Jesus, goodness personified. Amen. And to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please note references of bills on page 1 of the calendar. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the committee of the whole for considerations of bills on the calendar under the heading of general orders.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Chair appoints the Senator from Saline, Senator Clays, to preside over the committee of the whole.
The Senate, having resolved itself in the committee of the whole, will now consider those items listed on the calendar under the heading of general orders. We will now turn our attention to SB 161. The chair recognizes the senator from Shawnee, Senator O'Shea, to explain the bill and to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. You may continue.
Senate Bill 161 has gone through Commerce twice, and it is to allow personal delivery devices primarily on sidewalks for delivering of packages. So as you'll see, this is meant to operate on sidewalks, crosswalks, or public highways of any municipality. Operation on highway, on the highway would be limited to it just being able to access the sidewalk or a crosswalk. This would have to yield to all vehicles. It would have to obey all traffic signals, not block public right-of-ways. It can only go 6 miles an hour. Something that in 2020, this went through committee, and what we did was amend it so that the municipalities had final rule on whether or not they wanted this in their communities. And then it died under general orders because of COVID and closing of session. So it also went through committee last year, and we updated the liability insurance from $100,000 to $1 million. This legislation is passed in 19 other states, including Iowa, Missouri, and Oklahoma as bordering states. And with that, I'll take questions.
Questions for the senator from Shawnee. Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have amendments coming on this bill. I think it has a number of deficiencies. I want you to debate those on the floor. I spoke with the revisor this morning about an hour ago. I have like 3 coming, so I will update the body as I get a better response on time.
Thank you,
Ask that
Senator.
we pass over the bill.
You would like to pass over at this point? We'll carry on with questions and pass over should your amendments not arrive. We'll move on with questioning on this bill. Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last year I was chair on Commerce when we passed this bill out, and I'd seen it in Commerce prior years. So I know a little bit about the bill. The bill would allow, like Amazon or whoever to work with the city to build a small hub that would have these remote robots. Then they would bring them into the neighborhoods and they would deliver packages on the sidewalks, not faster than 6 miles an hour. Lots changing in the world, and I can see this happening as things are moving. I just don't know that Kansas is ready. My district's probably one of the prime districts where this would happen in, and I can't see, I already see these trucks in the neighborhoods. They're working well, the Amazon trucks delivering packages right on the doorsteps, but I just cannot see these remote robots working in my neighborhood, running up and down the streets, delivering packages. And so I'm not going to support this bill. I think, the way it's working right now, it's working fine. I don't think the people in my community will want these robots running up and down the street. There's some unknowns. Are we talking about drones or not? How they're really going to work. I know they're working in Oregon and other places, but I don't believe the people of Kansas are really ready for this and would want it. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to make a motion to re-refer this back to Fed and State.
You've heard the motion to re-refer back to Fed and State. This motion is debatable and in order. Any discussion on the motion to re-refer? Senator from Shawnee, Senator O'Shea.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It was mentioned drone, and if you look on the bill, page 1, line 17, personally delivery device or device means a powered device operating primarily on sidewalks and crosswalks intended primarily for the transfer of property on public right-of-ways. So we're not concerned about things flying in the air. I also, I understand that there's some people that think this has gone through too quickly, but it has been through Commerce Committee twice now, and so I think we're ready to deliberate as a body and vote on the floor. Thank you.
Questions and discussion on the motion to re-refer. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would agree with the motion to re-refer back to committee. I just had some conversations with some local officials in Johnson County, as well as individuals associated with the bill, and a couple of concerns that I think really need to be looked at a little bit more closely. In some of our neighborhoods, actually predominantly neighborhoods where I live, there are sidewalks only on one side of the street. And that hasn't been really looked at as far as how those areas would be handled. So in light of that, I do feel this is coming, that it is something that will be happening, but we probably need to take a closer look at some of the specifics in the situation because things keep changing. Thank you.
On the motion to refer, Senator from Johnson, the Minority Leader Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too am going to support this motion. I live in a fairly new neighborhood, and we only have a sidewalk on one side of the street, and actually it's not continuous around our whole cul-de-sac. But I also have done some research, and I know Franklin, Tennessee is one of the cities that was a pilot for this, and I have a lot of friends and friends from college that live there, and they've actually pulled this from their communities because it really, the members of the community did not appreciate it, and they felt like it needed some more work, so they have discontinued this in one of those pilot studies. So I appreciate the motion to send it back to committee.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to support the motion to take it back to committee. And I think Fed and State is probably the right committee because Chairman Olson, he was the one that shot it out of Commerce last year, I believe. And so I think it's appropriate for him to look at this. But, Mr. Chairman, there are a lot of problems with this bill I want to bring to the body's attention. First of all, you basically have basic levels of tax fairness issues here. Really, the peanut of the bill, Mr. Chairman, and I hope the body understands this, is basically what we have is we have vehicles. You have Amazon that is coming in and basically saying, hey, we want to have a commercial delivery vehicle that doesn't have to get registered or get tagged, i.e., they don't want to pay taxes. Now, think of what that means to, as far as we talk about not picking winners and losers. And no offense to Mr. Bezos, probably the richest man in the world, and Amazon, the most richest corporation in the world. But what we're doing is we're picking them as a winner, and basically we are, in fact, displacing, okay, your local delivery drivers, okay, that are paying property taxes on their commercial delivery vehicles. We had a gentleman testify in committee who was a UPS driver. In full disclosure, he was a Teamsters Union member, but he was also a UPS truck driver. And he testified that basically last year, and of course this reflects COVID-19 pay, but that gentleman made over $100,000 a year. Now, we've all seen our UPS drivers, our FedEx drivers. I mean, those men and women are out hustling their butts every day to deliver packages, okay? It's a face you know and recognize. Okay, but what this bill does is it destroys the UPS, the FedEx drivers' livelihoods. And make no mistake, it's just how like Amazon got started with, books. Well, they eventually branched out to everything else. Amazon and the robots, the job-destroying robots, this is going to branch out to everything. Now, so you have the issue about basically job destruction. And that's one of the things through the tax unfairness of this bill that I wanted to speak to, that I have an amendment for to address if this motion is unsuccessful. The second thing I want to talk to strikes to the heart of what Minority Leader Sykes was talking about, is Washington State is another state that is far ahead of us on this stuff. And they have already had certain cities that have suspended the implementation of any more of these networks. When you read the language of the bill, you will notice the word primarily sprinkled liberally throughout the document. So for all you conservatives, I said that trigger word liberally, so that means you should hate this piece of legislation. But with that liberal sprinkling, primarily is basically saying, yeah, it primarily may stick with a local highway. It might primarily go to a crosswalk. It may primarily be on your sidewalk, okay? But who knows? Maybe they put four-wheel mutters on and they come up right up your lawn and knock over your flower pot to deliver your thing. So it is not for certain that it is keeping to these certain roadways. I also am just, when they talk about these things be able to run along highways, you could have these things, I assume, literally running from one city's highway, like say a county highway, or to another county, all to make a delivery to who knows where they're taking these things. The next thing you need to be aware of, once again back to Minority Leader's comments, is that these systems, what Amazon will do is they will implement something called a hive. And so they're basically these storage containers, okay, that Amazon will put up throughout your neighborhood. Because make no mistake, this is like any other distribution business model, okay? They're gonna put up distribution checkpoints, and you're gonna have basically these metal unidentified boxes at prominent street corners where the robots can come and eventually get the boxes out, okay, and then take them to your doorstep, okay? So think your neighbors are going to hate you when you vote for this bill. The other issue I want to make, Mr. Chairman, is that, and once again, what others have alluded to on the floor, and I'll just tag along the Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson's comments, you have major privacy issues here with this bill. The privacy issue is that you now have robots coming up to your house collecting data. Okay? They are. This isn't some tinfoil hat thing. This is just like Facebook tracking every click that you do. They know where you're going on the internet. So will Amazon. And believe me, they're going to use that to optimize not only their services to you, they're going to use that to optimize their marketing to you. And so for my rural compatriots say, well, like, I don't have sidewalks, I don't have to worry about this. Yes, you do. Because the pizza shuttle drone is going to be coming to your neighborhood real soon after this gets implemented. So I have a number of amendments, Mr. Chairman. I will sit down with that, but we need to thoroughly vet this because we talked about this bill, it was back in 2021, and at that time, the committee members can correct me, but there wasn't a lot of appetite to work this bill, even though it passed out. And not to put the senator from Reno, Senator Stephan, on the spot, but I remember the committee worked the bill, I voted no against it, and I made some derogatory comment, you know, about here's another jobs killer bill, and the senator from Reno said something like, well, I wish you would have told me that, I might have changed my mind. I mean, there just really wasn't an appetite, Mr. Chairman, for this bill. And so I know the Amazon lobbyist has now gone around and requested that we work this and hear this, but there isn't an appetite. And I would just close with this, Mr. Chairman. You know, when you think about all the money that we're spending on Apex to grow those jobs, that is a taxpayer subsidy. This bill is the antithesis of this, where we are basically, if Amazon is not going to pay tags, this is the taxpayer subsidizing a job-destroying bill. And I sure didn't see the Department of Commerce come down here to Commerce Committee and say, hey, this is a great bill. It's a bad bill. With that, I'll sit down and hope the good senators from Johnson's motion succeeds. Thank you.
Senator from Sedgwick on the motion to re-refer, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would oppose that to send it back, basically because it has passed out of Commerce not once, but twice. So I do know that this bill has been thoroughly vetted. As far as what other senators have said, the beauty of it is, like the example given, if a municipality doesn't like this, then they don't have to participate. So it has passed out twice, and for that, I oppose this motion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair recognizes Senator Alley, Senator from Cowley, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I likewise am going to oppose this motion to send it back to committee. It has been fully vetted twice in Commerce Committee, and I believe that we need to stand up and have our say here on the floor, vote for this motion, and do not send it back to committee.
Chair recognizes the senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In order to vote on this motion, I need some information from the carrier of the bill. If I could ask a couple questions of the carrier, please.
The carrier of the bill, Senator from Shawnee, Senator O'Shea, stand for question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I first respond to some of the other comments, or should I?
You should stand for questions prior,
Okay,
if you would like.
yes.
It appears she's consenting to questions. Senator from Brown, Senator from Pyle, please ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My first question is, did the committee, okay, so the bill passed out last year at Commerce. Did it go any further than that?
Senator from Shawnee, Senator O'Shea.
No, it never came above the line for GO.
Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Must have been some angst, Mr. Chairman, last year. So it's above the line today, and my question is to the carrier. Section 3 on page 3 says personal delivery devices. Was the committee allowed to observe one of these personal delivery devices?
Senator from Shawnee, Senator O'Shea.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, and no one requested to.
Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
So Amazon did not offer, I'm assuming is the correct. Do we know who makes these personal delivery devices?
Senator from Shawnee, Senator O'Shea.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it's not just Amazon. Companies that are currently using these are FedEx, Amazon, Starship, Postmates, /Serve Robotics. So it could be any number of companies. Thank you.
Senator from Brown.
So we don't know whether there's a specific investor investing in this product that stands to make more money by us passing this legislation?
Senator from Shawnee.
This legislation is for any company to be innovative and create new opportunities to deliver devices.
Senator from Brown.
Mr. Chairman, can you tell me the other companies that are behind this bill besides Amazon?
Senator from Shawnee.
So again, I don't know. I can't tell you other than the other organizations or companies that are using sidewalk devices are FedEx, Amazon, Starship, Postmates, and Serve Robotics.
Senator from Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I intend to support the motion, and I just think it'd be interesting to do a little deeper dive into the products, get some of them in the room, take a look at them, see how they operate, know who the manufacturers, who designers are, who's investing in these companies. We had an AV bill earlier in transportation this year. It's interesting who was heavily investing in that bill and the results that happened because of certain questions and actions that were taken in committee. So, but, you know, I'll just say roll on truckers. Thank you.
On the motion to re-refer, the chair recognizes the senator from Shawnee, Senator O'Shea.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just in response to a couple of things on this motion, a reminder that this only allows a municipality to choose whether they want to do this or not. So this is all about allowing local control. I heard a couple times job-destroying robots, and that's, I actually personally take offense to that. My brother is an engineer and grew up in robotics, and he and a lot of different kids in high school would go to robotics competitions. They would build robots, and these students would get so excited. And so I guarantee you there's going to be some students who see this and get excited about a future that they're going to be able to help create. So it will help create jobs. Your neighbors will hate you. I just don't want us to make assumptions on the floor. This cannot come up to your house. It will only be on the sidewalk. You have to come out to the sidewalk to get your package. So they can't come up to your door. They can't check out your flower pots and decide that, oh, you plant pansies, so that's the kind of person you're going to be. And then finally, that there's not an appetite. I would just encourage the body to let us vote on that today and see if there's an appetite or not. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
On the motion to re-refer, the chair recognizes the senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Mr. Chairman, I'll be brief. I know we need to get to the vote, but I guess I take offense to the remark made of the thing that somebody took offense to the fact that this be referred to as jobs killer bill. This is a jobs killer bill. This is disruptive technology. This will put thousands of truck drivers and...
Senator, we're on a motion to re-refer.
I know.
Please avoid debating the
This is
bill.
why I support the motion, Mr. Chairman. is because this bill is being painted as somehow a jobs creator where we're going to encourage robotics development. Get real. This is where you go from people employed by the hundreds to people employed by one or two folks. It's a technology disruptor. It puts people out of work. I support the motion re-refer. Thank you.
Chair recognizes on a motion to re-refer the senator from Finney, Senator Dahl.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We've worked this last year and we're working it this year. It's time to either cook or get out of the kitchen. It's time to vote on this whether you like it or you don't like it. We can't just keep referring this thing back and forth. It's time to vote on it. So I don't agree with the referring it back to committee.
Seeing no further questions on the motion to re-refer, the chair recognizes for a close the senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This, to me, the more I think about it, is how does this work? I mean, you know, when you go, there's neighborhoods that they have a lot of stairs, so they're going to leave the package out by the street. Or, you know, there's others that are two-story and they only have a stair or two. You know, they could probably leave it up by the house. But, you know, imagine this, that we pass this and, you know, they decide to pick one of your cities in your district to be the first to have, you know, 40 or 50 or 60 of these running around. And I could see that in my city because there's a lot of Amazon activity. There's others, UPS or FedEx. They'll probably want to go the same way. And all of a sudden, my city has 100 or 200 of these things running up and down the street on the sidewalks that are paid by the people, you know, the residents, to maintain them sidewalks. They're going to be crossing the street. You know, yes, they're only going 6 miles an hour, but there's nobody there to man them. They're all going to be going remote. I don't know how. Is there someone guiding them, or is it just computer-driven completely? I don't know. I just think, you know, I don't think my neighborhood wants this. I don't think my district wants this. I think if this was so great, this has been going on for a while now, it would have exploded across the country. I just don't think people want this. I think we're wasting our time in the legislature on this bill. I think the right thing is to send this back and let's move on with our business. So I move my motion.
You've heard the motion to re-refer to Federal and State Affairs. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The noes appear to have it. Division has been called for. All those in favor of the motion, please stand. All those opposed, please stand. Fourteen having voted in favor, 21 against. The motion fails. We are back on the bill. A roll call has been requested. Not seeing a sufficient number of hands, a roll call is not in order. We are back on the bill. Any questions on the bill? Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Mr. Chairman, I do request we pass over the bill if debate is, because I do have amendments to bring on the bill. Thank you.
Seeing no further questions on the bill, we will pass over the bill and wait for Senator Holland's amendments. Senator from Shawnee, Senator O'Shea.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a technical amendment. Would you like to do that now or wait?
We can continue with your technical amendment, though, at this time.
Okay.
Senator from Shawnee, Senator O'Shea with an amendment. Do you have the number?
1 second.
Senator from Shawnee, we do not have record of that amendment being turned in.
We can pass over this. Thank you.
We will pass over this bill. We'll now turn our attention to Senate Bill 405. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Olson, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What this bill would do, there's a cemetery up in Shawnee. It's at the end of a cul-de-sac. And this would transfer possession to the Shawnee Indian tribe. They have many of their prominent leaders buried there. Chief Joseph Parks, Moses Silverhead, and family members. Chief Blue Jackets buried in this cemetery. This would allow, they would have to, if this bill passes, they would negotiate exchange with the Attorney General on the deed. There was only proponents on the bill. It's a pretty simple bill. I'll stand for questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support this bill. This is in my district, and the tribes have asked for this transfer so that they can properly take care and maintain this this property is sacred to them, and again, in support of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions on SB 405? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move when the committee rises and reports Senate Bill 405 favorable for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Moving on to Senate Bill 336, the chair recognizes the senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 336 would amend certain investment limitation requirements to increase the permissible investment options in equity interest and preferred stock for Kansas life insurance companies. It would increase the limitation from 15% to 20% of admitted assets based on cost. It would also change the reporting requirements from NAIC form to a form determined by the insurance commissioner. We had testimony in committee from Security Benefit Life as a proponent on the bill, saying that this would increase their investment opportunities, but also still guarantee that those investments would be safe based on the percentages. We had no opposition to the bill in committee, and I would stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Lyon? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 336 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 366. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 366 came to Judiciary Committee by the request of the Kansas Association of Chiefs of Police, the Kansas Peace Officers Association, and the Kansas Sheriff's Association. It helps fix what I would consider a gap in our ability to prosecute theft and burglary in dwellings and buildings. And the situation arose where you are invited into a certain area of a dwelling or a building or a mobile home or whatnot for one particular purpose, but then you go into a secured area of the building or the dwelling with the intent to commit a felony, a theft, or a sexually motivated crime. So the law currently is, without this bill, that we cannot prosecute for burglary or theft or the crime that you commit in the secured area because you were invited into the dwelling or the building in the first place. For instance, a store or the case arose where it was a church and you're invited in the church to pray and meditate, and then you go into a secured area with the intent to commit theft. And there was no way to prosecute the theft from that secured area because the law didn't provide for prosecution in a secured area when you were invited into the building. So Senate Bill 366 remedies that situation. It was supported by testimony of the 3 law enforcement associations, as well as a representative of the Kansas County and District Attorneys Association. And with that then, Mr. Chair, I will stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 366 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Point of order.
Senator from
Mr. Chairman, Lynn,
Lynn.
would you please look at the room before you move on?
Yes, I scanned the room twice. Committee, if you are going to stand, please stand at your desk, not at the back of the room. If you'd like to be recognized. We're moving now to Senate Bill 373. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. You may.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Midwest Stem Cell Therapy Center is requesting $500,000 for continued development of a therapy used to calm a cytokine storm, which is where your body releases inflammatory cytokines in response to a disease or an illness, in this particular case for COVID-19. The Midwest Stem Cell Therapy Center has been doing research in this realm since 2013, when we first appropriated some money for them, and they've had success utilizing this therapy for what is called graft versus host disease, which is where there's a mismatch between a bone marrow transplant in your body and your immune system reacts and you get extreme inflammation that can lead to death. With regard to COVID, they see the potential application of using this therapy and developing a phase 1 clinical trial for 10 patients in this, using this money for this request. And basically what happens with COVID, as we know, you have an early stage, a mid stage where you start having the inflammatory response, and then an end stage to COVID where the inflammation gets out of control and it becomes so severe that about the only thing you can do is put the patient on a vent and hope and pray. This would give those end-stage severe COVID patients an option for therapy and could save many, many lives. Had this therapy been developed when they first asked for the money, we could have intervened in a lot of these cases during the course of the most severe parts of COVID. But COVID is still ongoing. We know many people are still experiencing long-term symptoms of COVID-19. And so we are just asking for this, the Midwest Stem Cell Center is asking for the appropriation of $500,000 to do that phase 1 clinical trial and continue to flesh it out. We also know that this could have other applications other than just COVID. They've done successful treatment or research in liver failure, stroke and traumatic brain injury, ALS research and bronchitis research, COPD, things like that. Anything that the body releases too many of these cytokines into the bloodstream and causes inflammation could have a potential treatment for this. With that, before I stand for questions, I do have an amendment.
Have you turned your amendment in?
I have turned it in, yes.
Can you give us the number, please?
It is 3393.
We'll give the body a moment to pick up the amendment. Would you like to explain your amendment or have it read?
I can explain it, Mr. Chair.
Please continue.
Okay, thank you. The only neutral testimony that we had in committee on this bill was from the executive director, Robert Samari, and Sunil Abhyankar, who's the director of Midwest Stem Cell Therapy Center. Their concern was they could not spend this money in the time frame that was allotted by the original bill. So this just allows that $500,000 to be spent over the course of the next couple of years. It extends the end date in several locations in the bill to June 30th, 2024, so that any unexpended funds in 2023, they could continue to use that for those trials. And of course, anything that at the end of that time period could be lapsed and returned back to the state general fund.
Questions on the amendment? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would the Senator from Johnson stand for a question?
You will.
I know that when we worked this bill in committee, you had offered an amendment to change the date, and now you're offering another amendment to change the date?
Yes.
Senator from Johnson,
Sorry.
Senator Thompson.
Sorry about that, Mr. Chair. That is correct. I'd originally offered an amendment to extend the date to the end of June 2023, but after testimony and talking with the proponents of the bill, their concern was that this would take longer than that, and they wanted to be able to use the entire amount of the funds and have the time to do what they need to do with it, and that's why they asked for us to extend it to 2024.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. I will have some questions on the base bill after we finish with this amendment. Thank you.
Further questions for the Senator from Johnson? Seeing none, you may close on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We are back on the bill. Questions for the Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson. Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. And would the Senator from Johnson stand for a question, please?
I will.
In your testimony concerning this bill, just a moment ago, you spoke to the Midwest Stem Cell Therapy Center requesting this bill. And so I would like for you to provide information about where that request came, where I can find that request from Midwest Stem Cell Center.
They actually
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
A little new to this at times, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. Sorry. They actually came to me because I am on the advisory board for the Midwest Stem Cell Therapy Center, and we had seen the potential for this, and so the director of the board and several of the board advisory members requested this bill be drafted, and therefore I had them work with the revisor to draft this bill. And that's where the request came from.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, but yet in committee, we never ever saw any testimony in support from the director. In fact, the director was neutral. The committee never saw any evidence of requests from the Midwest Stem Cell Therapy. There were testimony by yourself and members of the advisory committee, but as far as, I think that's at a unfair statement to say that the Midwest Stem Cell Therapy Center requested the bill when in fact the director in his neutral testimony, and as we know often, to be fair, those that are in leadership position will often take a neutral position, in fact, when it may not necessarily be in the best interest of the organization. But in his neutral testimony, he did say that one, they didn't believe they could expend the funds in the time period that was in the bill. Two, that they would need to gain the U.S. Food and Drug Administration's FDA approval, produce cells, enroll patients, and complete a follow-up, and that these steps would take time an effort that could not be accomplished within the given time frame of the bill. Additionally, with COVID cases once again decreasing, we are uncertain if we would be able to enroll enough patients for the trial. So I don't see anywhere in this testimony that supports it. It says, in fact, while we appreciate the potential support, we do not believe that the COVID-19 clinical trial for the Midwest Stem Cell Therapy Center is feasible in the above timeline. So I'm questioning whether, in fact, that as it's been presented here, that there was support from the leadership of the Midwest Stem Cell Therapy. Talking about other projects that they've done is one thing, but talking about this one, and the other part is that I don't see where $500,000 will actually pay for a study as well. And so it does cause me concern when we know that this proposal was brought up last year when we were working the Budget Committee, and of course, Senator Johnson did withdraw that and has brought it back in a bill. Again, it's budgeting, it's putting money into a place that we really have no request for or any understanding. We have an idea from his perspective about how it might be used, but when it comes to the Stem Cell Therapy Center itself, they're not in direct support of it. So I really question the need for this bill.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A lot to unpack there. First of all, I can assure you that the director of the Midwest Stem Cell Therapy Center is in favor of this funding. In fact, he says in his neutral testimony, we'd like to thank the legislature for its continued support of our institution. I don't think that's shooting down the request for $500,000 to continue their efforts. They've seen progress in the graft versus host disease. They see how it can apply to the long COVID patients. With regard to the timeline, of course, the reason he was neutral is because the original bill as written would have only given him until the end of 2022. There's no way to conduct a phase 1 clinical trial within that time frame. So he asked for it to go out farther in time. And then the advisory board also asked for the extension of time. And obviously, when you're working a bill and somebody's in the middle of trying to provide testimony, they sometimes don't see the time frame, or they look at the time frame, and that was the case after we talked about the bill, which is why that time frame was extended, because the time necessary. Now, with regard to the cost, the American Medical Association found that clinical trials cost a median of about $41,000 per patient. Actually, it's a price range of about $31,000 to about $82,000 per patient. They are asking for $500,000 because right in the middle of that range would be $50,000 per patient, and they're talking about a 10-patient clinical trial. So this falls right in line with the recommendations from the American Medical Association with regard to the cost of this trial. And with regard to FDA approval, phase 1 is part of the phase of obtaining the approval process. You go through phase 1, which basically helps them to establish the dosage that's correct, the maximum dosage that is effective and safe, and that has to be determined before they can move to phase 2 of the clinical trials, which is a whole different step, requires much more funding, much more time. So because of the unique research that they've done in the United States and actually in the world, there are very few people in the world doing this kind of research, Kansas would be on the forefront of groundbreaking technology that would help patients calm this cytokine storm. This would have far-reaching effects on treating all sorts of illnesses, not just COVID-19. And that's why this effort is so important, and Kansas can be on the forefront of it.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. Again, I am worried about the implication that this was a request directly from the Midwest Stem Cell Center. That is not the information that we have or that was provided to committee, that this was a request from the director. This was not, and the letter does not reflect that it was. The letter reflects caution about whether they could even proceed with it. And so there are so many levels of information here that we don't have. I think that if this were actually something that was planned and in the works, we would have had that kind of information provided at the time of the hearing, and we did not. So when a director of the center says that they can't do something within the time frame that's established, and we in turn then say, okay, well, we'll just stretch it out for 2 more years. That then is in essence saying, okay, we want you to do this, whether this is actually what was in the plans for the Midwest Stem Cell Center. So again, I rise in opposition.
Senator from Finney, Senator Dahl.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have questions for the carrier of the bill.
He'll stand for questions.
Is there a board that oversees this?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
There is. There is.
Senator from Finney, Senator Dahl.
Is it a paying position?
Senator from Johnson.
I'm not certain. I am on the board. I am not paid. I'm not sure about all of the other positions. I'd have to find out, to be honest.
Senator from Finney.
So you're on the board. Is there any other legislators on the board?
Senator from Johnson.
No, not current legislators.
Senator from Finney.
So we don't have anyone in the House leadership that's on this board?
Senator from Johnson.
No.
Senator from Finney.
Thank you.
Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Thank you. I do want to make a few comments as a physician in regards to this bill. We've really struggled to come up with a plan, society, both at the state level, national level, international level, to learn how to treat COVID. COVID has to be looked at in 3 stages. There's early COVID, there's middle COVID, there's late COVID, well, there's 4, and long COVID. The bottom line is mainstream healthcare has abdicated the responsibility of developing treatments. That starts in the early treatment, middle, late, and long. And what this bill is, it is a treatment for middle COVID, when the inflammatory stage starts. That is what's at the cellular level is called a cytokine storm. That is shared with a multitude of other diseases like lupus, like rheumatoid, so on and so forth. So this epitomizes really a great opportunity to do research, which is this center's mandate. It's their mission. What we have to continue to pursue treatments of the different stages of COVID. And you do that through studies such as this. Stem cell therapy has been shown to block the cytokine storm. So you really have a direct link, a direct opportunity to abort that cytokine storm, that massive inflammatory response that ultimately kills people with COVID. And so this is a small expense when compared to the billions and even trillions of dollars that have been wasted in response to this virus that have achieved nothing. So $500,000 is an incredibly small spend to pursue a viable treatment option for middle COVID. It's an incredibly cheap spend to discover new treatments for autoimmune disorders, among others. This is a great opportunity, and frankly, it's our responsibility, and it is. It's horrifically distressing that the director of this center stands in the way, and there's political reasons that this person stands in the way. The dates are being changed. The dates will be resolved. COVID in general is not going away. And to think that because cases are decreasing, it's time to turn our brains off, really only extrapolates the fact that we never turned our brains on in regards to dealing with this virus. So I stand in full support of the amendment, the bill, the whole 9 yards, because it's time we break this one world narrative of do nothing in regards to COVID. That is not the standard of care. The standard of care is research, investigation, comparing notes, and saving people's lives and stopping suffering. Stopping suffering and death. That's what this bill does. Thank you.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. And would the Senator from Johnson stand for a question?
He will.
Senator, I know at the time of the hearing it was wonderful for the Midwest Stem Cell Therapy Center to provide us with an annual report. Would you share with the body what are the goals that are reflected in the annual report of the Midwest Stem Cell Center?
Senator from Johnson.
Well, there's a number of goals. The focus on activities that advance adult cord blood and related stem cell and non-embryonic stem cell research and therapies for patient treatment. Serve as a core facility to produce clinical grade stem cells from adult tissue, cord blood, and related materials. Facilitate the delivery of adult cord blood and related stem cell therapies to Kansas City and Midwest regional hospitals where appropriate. Partner and collaborate with the Blood and Marrow Transplant Center of Kansas to foster a regional network of physicians trained in adult cord blood and related stem cell therapy applications. Create and maintain a database resource for physicians and patients that provide a comprehensive goal list of available stem cell clinical trials and therapies. Initiate clinical trials with adult cord blood and related stem cells. Create educational models to train and educate physicians and research scientists about peer-reviewed adult cord blood and related stem cell therapy applications. Distribute information to Kansas physicians about methods for successful treatments using adult cord blood and related stem cells through basic and clinical research, and to inform the public on available adult cord blood and related stem cell therapeutic options. That's a comprehensive list of goals that they have.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
And what are their plans within this 2022 report?
Senator from Johnson.
Let me look here very quickly. Got a fairly large document.
I think you might find it on page
Obviously,
10.
There we go. It's back on page 7. There's grant funding that's been submitted in collaboration with the University of Kansas Cancer Center for a phase 2 study of the demonstration of the efficacy of MS Midwest stem cell therapy in acute graft versus host disease. There's a whole list there, and obviously you've got it. I don't know how much you want me to read of this, but establish site, I can jump down to continue to identify and establish external opportunities to utilize the Midwest Stem Cell Therapy Center core skills in the evaluation of adult stem cell applications to improve human health. Establish cryopreserved batches of wort and jellies, mesenchymal stem cells by 3D manufacture process. That'll involve purchase of 2 bioreactors. These cells will be used for the phase 2 acute graft versus host disease clinical trials. Obtain funding in COVID and viral-related pulmonary complications in patients needing care in the intensive care unit. And I believe I skipped over 1 or 2 in there, but that kind of gives you a comprehensive idea of what their plans are.
And I noticed as I
Senator
looked
from Wyandotte.
As I looked online, I noticed, I do believe that there is a House member, Representative Hawkins, who does serve on the advisory committee. So
I stand
there is
corrected.
someone
I'm
from-
sorry, Mr.
Thank you. And as I looked at this, if you went on to page 10, it does explore adult stem cell therapy for traumatic brain injury, explore adult stem cell therapy for cartilage repair, explore exomas secreted by Walton's jelly, MSC, and their role in GVHD, explore cell-based immunotherapy for hem and solid tumors. So I see this list here by the Midwest Stem Cell Therapy Center, and under their accomplishments and their plans for the future. But there is nowhere in this document that ever refers to any plans for anything dealing with COVID-19. So it appears that there's a substantial list of areas that the Stem Cell Center is working on, as well as providing information of their accomplishments, but nowhere does it say that they have this plan. And so that's I respect the director and what it takes to move any kind of a therapy of a trial study forward, but we're making now decision at the legislative level of what we want the center to do, where they have a director and they have an advisory board, and they have made, they do have a plan for what they've done and what they are looking forward to do, and we're putting our plate inserting ourselves into this medical decision here, and by saying, hey, if we're going to give you some money, will you do this? And in fact, that seems to be not the route that we really want our medical organizations or any of our organizations across the state to be working. We want them to be continuing to move forward in the efforts that they've been putting forward. And I don't see that when I look at this 2022 annual report.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, in the plans on page 7 at the bottom, it says obtain funding for a trial of MSCTC, that's Midwest Stem Cell Therapy Center, 0010 in COVID and viral-related pulmonary complications in patients needing care in the intensive care unit. So it is in the plans as presented to the committee. I might also add that 2 of the conferees who testified as proponents of the bill, one was the current chairman of the advisory board. His name is Dr. David Prentice. He's got 40 years experience as a scientist, researcher, and professor. And he has worked in this realm since the beginning of the since the establishment of the Midwest Stem Cell Therapy Center. And if you look at his testimony, he says the goals aims to put patients first, including development of therapies with adult stem cells and other non-embryonic stem cells, producing clinical grade stem cells for treatments, doing clinical trials to treat patients, and on and on and on. Basically, they see the application of their work in the graft versus host disease and using Wharton's jelly to treat COVID patients. Similar testimony was offered by Dr. James Shirley, who is a trained physician and scientist with 30 years of experience, also on the advisory board. So these are the top members of the advisory board. These are the top scientists that have been advising the Midwest Stem Cell Therapy Center and their directors. And again, to the director's neutral testimony, really it was only about they didn't have the time, as stated in the bill, to conduct the trials properly and needed the extension of time to properly use that money so that they can conduct the phase 1 trials as laid out.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. I will just continue to, it seems interesting that there is conflict between the director and some of the information that was provided by a person on the advisory board. And I will not deny that there are medical professionals on the advisory board, along with those that are just appointed because of their position they hold in the state legislature. This still seems to me to be not the way for us to be using our valuable state dollars. I rise in opposition.
Further questions for the senator from Johnson? Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just to clarify what a neutral testimony is from an agency, most of the time you'll get a neutral testimony from an agency because they will tell you they want to keep the policy making up to the legislature, and therefore they usually will give you a neutral testimony. If they oppose a bill, that's usually when you'll hear or see them do something that goes contrary to what they want. And it's important to look at the testimony from the director that was mentioned. And here are the key things that you need to pay attention to. As written, and this is why they did neutral, the funds would need to be expended by June 30th, 2022. So they were neutral because they were worried about the funds having to be expended by June 30th, 2022. Simply put, we would not be able to spend the money by the end of this fiscal year. A valid concern that was addressed in the committee, and again is going to be further addressed by the amendment that was put on by the floor. And then on the other part, however, we do not believe that we can expend the funds as currently written in the bill. So again, their only concern in their neutral testimony is the ability to spend the funds in the manner and time frame of which the bill was originally written. The bill was amended in committee to address that, and upon further review, it was decided that they needed a little bit more extra time, and that was why you had the amendment on the floor to extend that out, so that would alleviate their concern on the time frame. And in their time frame, when you look and say they're concerned about COVID numbers dropping, it's because of the time frame that was in the original bill. They're not worried about COVID-19 not ever spiking again. They're concerned with COVID during that time frame. So by extending this out, I believe that we did address the neutral testimony and the concerns of the director of the Midwest Stem Cell Research Center, and I stand in strong support of this bill. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I serve on this committee as vice chair. We did hear this testimony. It just so happens that evening, I saw an article in Forbes magazine explaining how umbilical cord blood had saved a woman's life, and she was apparently cured from HIV. She's the fourth person that has had these stem cells implanted. We have seen adult stem cell and umbilical cord stem cells revolutionize medical industry. Some of you may not know, but I have a cousin who just died this last week who did have some comorbidities. I spoke with his wife yesterday, a pharmacist, who told me that the doctors had disclosed that, or declared that he had what is called long haulers syndrome from having COVID last summer and continued to have additional problems due to that. I just wonder if he would have gladly been part of this research, and I wonder if this stem cell research could have helped him. People are continuing to have issues with this, and I stand strongly in favor of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions for the senator from Johnson? Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate any studies in terms of COVID-19 and trying to determine alternative treatments. But I will tell you, this bill feels very odd. This is the second extension now that has been asked for. There was an extension in committee and now a second extension. And anytime you have a clinical trial established, those things are done in advance as far as determining the time frame, the steps that are going to be taken. And we're missing some important components here. And I certainly would not minimize the testimony from the director, because if this really were a good idea, there would be a lot more enthusiasm around the whole situation and the whole idea of doing this particular trial. It almost feels like this bill is about something else, because like I said, there are a lot of things that just don't match up and some oddities here. Thank you. I will not be supporting.
Further questions for the senator from Johnson, senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Quick question for the carrier.
Continue.
All right. I just have a question about, taxpayer dollars going towards this research through this process. Maybe it's a good thing, maybe it's a bad thing. I love the idea of having alternate treatments. I think it's great. My question is, I don't really understand the industry enough to understand whether we're competing with private industry who's also doing research. Are we doing something in parallel with private industry? Are we trying to subvert private industry, or are we trying to do something that can be then privatized? So perhaps the carrier could help me understand, in this circumstance with this $500,000 of taxpayer money, how is that helping our private industry partners who are out there developing new drug treatments and therapies out there for this condition?
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No one else in the United States is doing this research. There's only a couple places in the world doing it. So not only is it unique to Kansas, it's unique to the United States. So we're not competing against any private industry in the state or within this country that has been advancing this type of research.
Senator from Leavenworth.
It sounds like a good thing to be the unique, cutting edge research on technology that can advance our Kansas businesses for sure. However, it gives me pause. Like I said, I don't know enough about this to understand whether we should be investing this money in this type of endeavor if we're the only ones in the world doing it, whether other people who also saw the same treatment as a potential to both be monetized and also help hundreds of thousands of people, why they wouldn't be pursuing this as well, Mr. Chair. So I've got to be honest, it could be a great bill. It could be money thrown away as far as I'm concerned. With my limited knowledge of the space, though I am hesitant from the response that perhaps we're on the cutting edge of something that no one else sees value in, and that makes me nervous about this particular investment, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Further questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you. Thank you very much. By the way, just as a matter of closing, this is therapy that has proven effective already for graft versus host disease, which is another inflammatory disease of the autoimmune system where the body is attacking itself. That's the situation in the COVID where you have the inflammation that the cytokine storm runs out of control, and there's really no other option other than putting a patient on a vent and then hoping they don't die. So this is groundbreaking research. It has been proven effective in other similar types of diseases of this kind and may prove effective not only for COVID-19 treatment, but for others. So it has the potential of being something coming out of Kansas that could help patients now and in the future in a very short amount of time. So with that, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 373 as amended favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We're moving next to substitute for Senate Bill 400. The chair recognizes the senator from Lyons, Senator Longbine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. You may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Substitute for Senate Bill 400 would make changes to the Kansas Uniform Trust Code to add a list of trust matters that could be resolved by a non-judicial settlement agreement. Also to increase the limit of the total value of the trust before a trustee could seek to terminate such trust as being non-economic, and to amend the definition of a resident trust. Under the non-judicial settlement portions, the interpretation or construction of the terms of the trust, the direction of the trustee to refrain from performing a particular act or to grant the grant to a trustee of any necessary or desirable power and the governing law of the trust. The non-economic trust number has been moved from 100,000 to 250,000, and then also the definition of a resident trust has been amended to mean a trust that is administered in the state that was created by or consisting of property owned by a person domiciled in the state on the date the trust or the portion of the trust became irrevocable. We had testimony from Kansas Bankers Association, Midwest Trust, and the Kansas Bar Association. We had no opposition to the bill. For full transparency, the reason for the substitute bill is when the bill originally came to us, the parties that were proponents shortly before the hearing asked us to strike sections 1, 2, and 6 of the bill, which were other matters that were not included in this bill, because the Judicial Council was studying those issues, and they asked us to give time to allow those studies to be performed. So to clean up the bill, we made it into a substitute. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll answer questions.
Questions for the Senator from Lyon. Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I stand in support of this particular bill. It will help make Kansas more competitive in the trust market. A lot of our trust works are going over to Missouri, and this is aligning our Kansas statute with similar statutes that deal with these types of trusts in Kansas. Thank you.
Further questions for the Senator from Lyon? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill, or substitute for Senate Bill 400 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We'll now turn our attention to Senate Bill 448. For purposes of carrying the bill, the chair recognizes the Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine, to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move we adopt the committee report.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. You may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 448 would amend the state unfair trade practices law to exempt additional practices from those that are considered to be unfair or deceptive acts or practices in the insurance related to rebates. This is more commonly known as the rebating law. Under current statute, we had testimony that any kind of inducement given to a consumer of an insurance policy by an agent or producer is illegal. So things as simple as giving the PIN that the consumer signed the application with is considered illegal. We also had conversation that, as an example, if an agent or a company gave a sump pump alarm or a smoke alarm to a consumer and that was not filed previously with the insurance commissioner, that under current law that would be illegal. This opens it up to allow agents and companies, producers, to offer those type of things to consumers with their insurance policies. It must be related to the policy and it must be at a reasonable cost, and it has to have a nexus back to the consumer and the policy that they are purchasing. We had testimony from the Kansas Insurance Department that their policies and guidelines on what will be considered excessive rebating will be drawn up in partnership with the industry. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll stand for questions.
Questions for the Senator from Lyon? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 448 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 419. The chair recognizes the senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 419 was introduced into the Senate Committee on Judiciary on behalf of Kansas Department of Corrections. This bill is identical to the 2020 House Bill 2695 as recommended by the House Committee on Corrections and Juvenile Justice, which died in the Senate Committee on Judiciary due to the shortened 2020 session. This bill allows certain employees from the Department of Corrections to attend the Kansas Law Enforcement Training Center, including special agents of the Department of Corrections and definition of law enforcement officer under the Kansas Law Enforcement Training Act. The people from the Kansas Department of Corrections were inadvertently excluded in the original language. This bill would amend the definition of police officer or law enforcement officer in the Act by inserting a reference to special agents of Kansas Department of Corrections, and by removing a reference to special investigations of Juvenile Justice Authority. This allows these people to be trained just like other law enforcement so that when they work side by side in pursuit of an escapee or run into an inadvertent crime, then they know the procedures. It benefits the safety of the victims, it benefits the safety of the law enforcement officers, and provides a pattern, a test that is consistent with C-Post in their qualifications. With that, Mr. Chairman, I stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from McPherson? Seeing none, Senator, you may, oh, hey, there you are. Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
I just want to thank the chairman for pushing this bill. I appreciate it from all the correction workers that are in my district. Too often they are treated as secondhand law enforcement officers, and they do the work, yeoman's work, every day throughout the pandemic, and we should treat them more like the officers that they are. And so I appreciate this and anything else we can do inside the budget towards bringing them into the KPNF retirement fund. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions for the senator from McPherson? Seeing none, you may close.
I move that when the committee rises and reports, it report Senate Bill 419 favorable for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 408 for purposes of carrying Senate Bill 408. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 408 comes to Senate Judiciary Committee by the Kansas Association of Chiefs of Police, Kansas Association of Peace Officers, and Kansas Sheriff's Association, and representatives of the Johnson County Sheriff's Office, Kansas Chamber of Commerce as well. And it addresses a unfortunate practice that is known as porch piracy, where we have multiple thefts in a short time frame from packages delivered and left at your front doorstep. So the bill amends current law and states that if you steal mail of a value of less than $1,500 from at least 3 separate locations within a 72-hour period, that is a non-person level 9 felony. Right now, it would, we don't have the tools to prosecute this at the felony level, and this would provide that. You may have a question of what does mail mean, and we do have a definition that is added to law. It means a letter, a postcard, package, or bag sent through the U.S. Postal Service or other delivery service, or any other article or thing contained therein, or a sealed article or thing addressed to a person. So it would also apply if, for instance, your neighbor leaves a package on your doorstep and it's addressed to you, and if that is stolen, this would then allow the prosecution for that crime as well. So with that, Mr. Chair, I will stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises and report, it report Senate Bill 408 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We'll now turn our attention to Senate Bill, substitute for Senate Bill 450. The Chair recognizes the senator from Lyons, Senator Longbine, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move we adopt the committee report.
For the motion, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Substitute for Senate Bill 450 is a combination of two bills. I'm going to start with Senate Bill 322, which was a bill that came out of a recommendation from the Joint Committee on Capers and Pensions. What that bill does is there was a requirement back in 2012 that any sale of surplus state property, 80% of the proceeds of that would go to the unfunded liability in Capers. The recommendation was made by that committee to do away with that requirement. Number one, our funded ratio has increased from around 55% in 2012 to almost 80% today. So the need isn't nearly as great as it once was. The other reason for that is it was discovered that maybe the original bill didn't work as intended because there's only been $1.8 million deposited with Capers over the sale of surplus state property over the last 10 years. 1.1 of that, 1.8, came from the sale of the insurance department building and the Dillon House. And so there was also no university property. We've had a number of land sale bills in the legislature for each year. In fact, there were 6 of them this year. Every one of those bills that we've passed in the last 10 years has carved out the requirement from the 80%. So Senate Bill 322 would do away with the 80% requirement going to Capers. Senate Bill 450, which 322 was amended into, would relieve the universities of having to come to the legislature to sell property on land or buildings that were from a donor. Anything that was state property or came from tuition would still have to come to the legislature for approval. We had testimony from KBOR that they will set up policies and guidelines for the Regents institutions on the sale of property, and that at this point their preference would that the majority of that money would go to their deferred maintenance program. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll stand for questions.
Questions on substitute for Senate Bill 450? Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I stand in strong support of this bill. It rights something that was put in place in 2012 when we were having trouble paying our bills for Capers. This makes it so that our regions can actually take advantage of the property sales, get rid of some of that maintenance, and it's a great bill for our institutes of higher education. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions for the senator from Lyon? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports substitute for Senate Bill 450 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We're going to move past Senate Bill 399 for a moment and move to Senate Bill 421. The chair recognizes the senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 421, little overview. In 2016, the legislature approved the delayed payments of employer contributions for the Capers School Group in 2017 and 2019. Delayed contributions totaled $64 million in 2017 and $194 million in 2019. The delayed contributions are paid as additional layering on top of the regular employer contributions each year. Payments for fiscal year 2017, the missed payments contributions are $6.4 million per year, and for 2019 it was $19.4 million, total of $28.5 million or $25.8 million, excuse me. Senate Bill 421 transfers $253.9 million to pay the remaining principal of the delayed contributions and deletes the language making the annual layer payments. The state budget impact, it eliminates the layering payments, which saves us the $25.8 million per year, and it saves us $172 million in future interest payments by paying the remaining balance here in 2022. And the impact of the funding has already been figured into the calculations at CAPERS for the funded ratio, so it doesn't change our funded ratio. And our assumed rate of return at CAPERS is 7.75%, so that's what it's costing us today. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'd stand for questions.
Questions for the Senator from Shawnee? Senator from Riley, Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have any questions, but I have a couple of comments, and I rise in support of this bill from Senate Ways and Means. This is a part of the governor's budget, which I think is very important for us to use money to buy down debt, and this certainly helps get us back on track. The previous bill, we talked about where we were at about 55 or 56% of unfunded liability in CAPERS, and how we're trying to get up to 80%. We haven't quite gotten there. So I think this helps us. It also helps us in the general fund because we would have $25.8 million available in our budgets going forward because we're not having to make this payment. And as the chairman from Sheridan mentioned, it saves us overall approximately $171.9 million. I think all of those are significant. I do want the body to know there was a couple of ways we could have done this. One of them would have been to transfer that money to Department of Education and treat it as an expense. We've chosen in Ways and Means to treat this as a transfer, and so it won't show as an expense going through where we originally got the money. I talked in committee about maybe there was a better way to do that. That was sort of what the accountant or the budget office had recommended. But I think the most important thing is us buying down our debt and covering our CAPERS debt, and this bill does accomplish that. So I stand in strong support. Thank you.
Further questions for the Senator from Sherman? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thank my colleague from Riley. We worked over the summer on budgets all through the summer, and our focus has been to look at one-time spends and to look at paying our bills. This is another way we're paying our bills. And I'm glad that Senate Ways and Means is supporting this, and I'm thankful that everyone in here will help support this, because anytime we can pay our bills and reduce our debt, that's what we need to focus on. And Ways and Means is focusing not only on this, but other debt and anything else we can do this year. So, Mr. Chairman, I move that when the committee rises and reports Senate Bill 421 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We'll now turn our attention to Senate Bill 425. The chair recognizes the senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report. We're going to have the senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. You may continue.
Thank you. In October 5th, the Joint Committee on Child Welfare System Oversight, on which I serve with Senators Hildebrand, Baumgardner, Faustigedo, Holscher, and O'Shea, heard testimony from law enforcement that they needed assistance in investigating the alleged or substantial report of abuse or neglect from a child, and they needed that assistance from the Department of Families and Children. We heard testimony from that department that they didn't feel that within statute they were able to share some of that information. We on the committee advised the two parties to come together and discuss how they can share this information. They did on October 21st, and they worked with the revisor to draft a bill. That is the bill that is before you of 425. It merely directs the department to release information to law enforcement agencies. Proponents were, of course, the department as well as the law enforcement groups, and there were no opponents to this bill. So I will stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Johnson. Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. I would just rise in support. The Secretary of DCF came in support of this bill, and I think that all our agencies are interested in sharing information to provide for the best outcomes when we have a child abuse or alleged child abuse case anywhere in our state of Kansas. So I rise in support.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fauskido.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If the gentlelady from Johnson would stand for question.
She will.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So hearing the testimony also, something that Ed Klump shared with us, that this would also help those children in foster care who are runners. It would be able to help locate them. It would do so much to empower our law enforcement, who usually show up on a scene first. And perhaps they have to remove the children, and they usually take them, in my area, to the Wichita Children's Home. And then, you know, Ed Klump shared with us that a lot of officers can't get in touch with a member of that, the contractors that have children placed with them to avoid going into state custody. And so this would certainly help some of the issues that I've been advocating for on this particular issue for years. But my question for the senator from Johnson is, in the legislation, does it have a mechanism of how that information would be disseminated from perhaps DCF, the contractors, to law enforcement, so that they can help our children in Kansas?
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would refer the senator to the subsection E of the bill, which does say that they will share information, and this is not just one-way information as well. So I don't know specifically if it's an email or, you know, secure email or what, but they will be sharing information.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fauskido.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the senator from Johnson. And I also believe that we talked about a phone number that law enforcement could call.
It does not. Oh.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It does not specify in this bill a particular phone number, but yes, we did discuss that.
So,
Senator
but again, I just rise in strong support, Mr. Chairman, of the bill. Thank you.
Further questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 425 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 435. For purposes of carrying the bill, the chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 435 comes to Senate Judiciary Committee, again by our law enforcement community, the Kansas Association of Chiefs of Police, the Kansas Peace Officers Association, and the Kansas Sheriff's Association. And what it does, it clarifies the jurisdiction that our county, our city, our university, our school campus, our adjutant general, and our police have regarding jurisdiction to help out in other jurisdictions where they currently, under current law, cannot. So the four circumstances that the law provides the law enforcement person jurisdiction would be a request for assistance by law enforcement officers from the area where assistance is needed. If you're in fresh pursuit of a person, if you are transporting persons in custody to an appropriate facility, and when investigating a crime that occurred within the law enforcement officer's jurisdiction, if you provide appropriate notification to and coordination with the local law enforcement agency with the jurisdiction where your investigation is going to occur. So for instance, you have a crime that occurred in your law enforcement jurisdiction, and you need to then interview witnesses that are in another jurisdiction. This law clarifies where it's currently confused in that all these local entities have the authority and jurisdiction to assist and pursue in other jurisdictions. Right now, cases are being tossed out of court because the law enforcement officer didn't have jurisdiction to either pursue or to engage in law enforcement activities in another jurisdiction. There were no opponent testimonies. We did have a representative of the Blue Valley Campus Police Department testify. So this is an issue that's important to our law enforcement community in our public schools. For instance, they would be called to help out in another high school or another campus, and they could not. They had to refuse the permission or the request. So with that, Mr. Chair, I will stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the body considering this very important piece of law that has been requested by our law enforcement community to, again, continue to give them the tools that they need to keep our communities safe. So with that, Mr. Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it report Senate Bill 435 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We'll now turn our attention to Senate Bill 367. The chair recognizes the senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 367 was introduced in the Senate Committee on Judiciary at the request of the Kansas Association of Chief of Police, Kansas Peace Officers, and the Kansas Sheriff's Association, requiring officers to file copies of receipts with the court when property is seized under a search warrant, and providing requirements and procedures for destruction or disposition of dangerous drugs and the return of disposition of weapons. Property is seized guns, drugs, dangerous materials. Also talks about money and contraband. Drugs and dangerous materials, this will save a lot of time by saving a testable amount, destroying the excess that is needed in storage, will allow for photographs and other information on the seizure that was held, solves the storage problem. It's unsafe to have large quantity of drugs or dangerous chemicals, explosive in storage. In the area of firearms, if there are no charges brought or when prosecution does not need a weapon for evidence, firearms will be returned to the owner, returned to the owner's guardians if they're a minor, returned to the original owner if the firearm was stolen where possible, option to petition the courts for ownership or sell the firearm if the owner does not have the right to possess the firearm, and failing all of these, the sheriff or designee may auction this property. The exact language on the firearms is found on page 3 and 4 of the bill. I'll not read through that. People that supported this were the Kansas Law Enforcement Associations. The ACLU gives a process for law enforcement to follow. The League of Municipalities, because it decreases costs from storage. They all support the bill. There was one opponent that was concerned about the drugs and was attempting to probably legalize marijuana. The fiscal impact causes a little bit more court action, but the impact is negligible. With that, I stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from McPherson, senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I just want to stand in support of this bill, and I will say I had an amendment. There's a piece of legislation that we passed in 2017 pretty much unanimously out of this floor. And there's a trailer bill that I've been working on since then. If you are required by law to relinquish those handguns because you have been convicted, we need to do some work on that. And I had an amendment to do that, but thankful to the Senate President and the Chair of Fed and State that we will be having a hearing on 192, because I do believe as a body we are making some progress on protecting those victims of domestic violence, but I think we need to do a better job making sure that we're having an overall conversation how to prevent and protect women and men. So thank you.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate this measure finally coming before the legislature. It is piecemeal at best, but it is a step in the right direction. The issue, Mr. Chair, has for long been the disposition of property that's taken from, especially during pretrial, from different parties. Imagine having your property taken, sometimes even your vehicle or items that you have, cash. Your property is taken and you haven't often been adjudicated, and the seizing agency has often converted much of that to their own use in some ways through an auction or what have you. This is only a piece of it. 367 is about the disposition of what we used to call asset forfeiture, the forfeiting of assets that are being taken from parties, sometimes innocent parties, many times, pre-adjudication. So there's the discussion, of course, of weapons and what constitutes a dangerous drug. As a senator from the Vice President, Vice Chair of Judiciary just said, there was some discussion from the opponent as to what a dangerous drug is. And I believe, if I'm not misstating, that the opposition was the opponent felt that marijuana should not be classified as a dangerous drug. And that was his ongoing concern. And we still in Kansas have not matured to the point that we don't understand that marijuana indeed is not a dangerous drug. But his opposition was taken from that standpoint, if I understood correctly. So again, I definitely rise in support of it. I know there have been advocates in the House who have pushed. I'd be remiss in not remembering Chair Clay's, as you might, the advocacy of Representative Finney, Gail Finney, and many others who convened with the Judicial Council to look at what asset forfeiture should mean in Kansas. And we are here to see this piecemeal approach to returning that property adopted by supporting 367. Thank you.
Further questions for the Senator from McPherson? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Faust-Cadeau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for the Vice President of the Kansas Senate.
We'll stand for questions.
Yes, so I too rise in strong support of Senate Bill 367. I remember my dear friend who is still in the hospital recovering from a kidney transplant, Representative Gail Finney, who's advocated for similar legislation for years. And she would tell these stories, Mr. Chairman, of individuals getting their property seized and not being able to retrieve those items that were legitimately theirs for years. And so this would certainly help in those cases. And my question for the senator from McPherson is the receipt measure language in the bill. So once the officer seizes that property and he or she keeps that receipt, where then is that filed? Where's that information at? Is it just at the local county jail or our city halls, or where would one find that information? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That receipt is filed with the court that issued the warrant.
Okay.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the Vice President's response. Thank you.
Other questions for the Senator from McPherson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 367 favorable for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We'll now turn our attention to Senate Bill 417. The chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Kirshen, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. You may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 417 would enable a fee increase on 3 electric utilities in Kansas to provide for a staff position at the Kansas Department of Health and Environment to monitor the state's coal ash impoundments. The intent is to preserve state oversight of Kansas coal ash ponds instead of that oversight reverting to the Environmental Protection Agency. Utilities in Kansas manage and or dispose of coal ash material in landfills and ponds, mostly referred to as impoundments. In 2016, federal legislation provided for state-owned CCR permit programs as long as they are as protective as the EPA requirements. There are 3 utilities involved in this particular bill. That's Evergy, Kansas City Board of Public Utilities, and Sunflower. All are in support of the fee increase and going forward. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Questions on Senate Bill 417? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also stand in support of this bill, and I would like to note that the Council for the Citizens Utility Ratepayer Board did send a memo to the committee saying that although they have not calculated the exact impact per customer, CURB can confidently state that Senate Bill 417 would not raise utility rates to any meaningful degree. And in fact, there's a chance that this could result in lower rates than if those energy companies had to have both state and federal permits.
Further questions for the senator from Sedgwick? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it report Senate Bill 417 favorable for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We will now return to Senate Bill 161. We're on the O'Shea amendment. Senator O'Shea, have you turned in your amendment?
Thank you. It's number 3317, and it has been turned in now.
We'll give everyone a moment to receive the amendment. It appears lengthy. Would you like it read or would you like to explain?
I'll explain, please.
Continue.
Okay. The back section where it lists all the different kinds of vehicles, autocycle, all-terrain vehicle, etc., it had old language, and so it needed to be updated to the current language. And then there was also just a different language preference from the production department and the revisers, so it's a very technical amendment, and that is all.
Questions on the amendment? Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a technical question for the carrier of the amendment. Just to confirm, this basically is just a technical cleanup. This does not, in fact, change the fact that, as the bill has outlined, the PDDs would still be exempt from registration and taxation. Is that correct?
Senator from Shawnee.
Correct.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions for the senator from Shawnee on the amendment? Seeing none, you may close on your amendment.
I encourage the body to vote aye on the amendment. Thank you.
You heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We are back on Senate Bill 161. Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Mr. Chairman, an update. I have 2 of my 3 amendments. I was told by the reviser that the 3rd amendment should be here probably within 20 minutes.
Great.
So if we could continue pass over.
We can't.
Huh?
No, we do not have any other bills. So if you'd like to begin on your amendments, we can go through them one at a time.
Is this the last bill of the day?
It is the last bill of the morning.
Point of information.
We have not caucused on the other bills.
Okay, so I'd understood from the majority leader that we were going to stop after 417 and you guys would come back to my amendments this afternoon at 2:30.
We previously skipped over 399. We'll return to that while we wait for your amendment. We'll now turn our attention to Senate Bill 399. For purposes of carrying Senate Bill 399, the chair recognizes the senator from Lyons, Senator Longbine, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move we adopt the committee report.
You heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. You may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 399 simply changes the definition of a maternity center as defined by the healthcare provider under the Healthcare Provider Insurance Availability Act, which would allow a qualified Department of Health and Environment licensed maternity center to access the Kansas Healthcare Provider Insurance Availability Plan and the Kansas Healthcare Stabilization as a malpractice last line of resort. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Questions on Senate Bill 399? That was too quick. Senator from Lyons, Senator Longbine, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when Senate rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 399 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We'll stand at ease. Senator from Cowley, Senator Alley, for a motion to rise and report progress.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report progress.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries.
Before recessing, are there announcements? Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd just like to announce the House had asked me to see if there were any veterans here in the Senate. So if there's any veterans in here, if you'd let Senator Reichman or myself know, we'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Further announcements? Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have an announcement, but I think that the date says Thursday, February 24th, legislative prayer breakfast at 7 a.m. in room 142 South.
Thank you. Any further announcements? Seeing none, Chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Republicans will caucus in room 548 at 2 p.m. And I yield to the Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Senate Democrats will caucus in our usual room, 287 North, at 2 p.m. I yield back to the Senator from Cali.
Senator from Cali.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate recess till 2:30 p.m.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Senate is in recess. Senate will come to order. Messages from the House, the clerk will read.
Announcing passage of House Bill 2517, House Bill 2594, House Bill 2607, House Bill 2517, an act concerning the Certified Drug Abuse Treatment Program, House Bill 2594, an act concerning motor vehicles, House Bill 2607, an act concerning civil actions.
Good afternoon. We'll now turn our attention back to Senate Bill 161 with the chair recognizing the senator from Shawnee, Senator O'Shea.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions on Senate Bill 161? The chair recognizes Senator Holland from Douglas County.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the body's indulgence. I do have my amendments ready, and I will be pithy to move along business. I'll cut to the chase here quick. If the carrier of the bill, Madam Chair, could tell me specifically on page 2 of the bill, and she does have a reference, that's fine, but based on page 2 of the bill, line 26, there's basically this reference talks about a personal delivery device shall be exempt from motor vehicle registration requirements. And it goes on to say a personal delivery device shall not be considered a vehicle on motor vehicle under Kansas law. If the carrier of the bill could help me out, that to me is, I guess, one of the concerns I have with this bill. If the carrier could tell me in committee the specific focus of that language and the significance of that language to this bill, if she could elaborate.
Senator from Shawnee, Senator O'Shea.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the intent was to make sure that there's a difference between a vehicle and this, so that there's a difference there. I understand the question about registration requirements and if this might have a registration requirement. I did check, and it sounds like 3 other states have registration requirements of some sort, and the only one that charges money with it is Washington with $50 per vehicle.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Madam Chair, I really appreciate those comments. I thank you. I think it's very informative for the body to understand what the carrier of the bill just told us. Is in essence on this bill, we're actually, my understanding, and once again, Madam Chair, I apologize. I know next to nothing about commercial vehicle taxes and commercial fees. But my concern with this bill is that basically, whether you call it a tax, whether you call a fee structure, I think we have an a level playing field from the standpoint of one of the things that I think makes this bill, the way the language is written, is it's basically trying to exempt these specific commercial delivery devices from having to pay any sort of a commercial vehicle fee. The reason why I bring that to your attention is because, you know, every year when you renew your vehicle, you pay your tags, whatever, whether you call it you know, to me, that's an annual property tax. If you have a commercial vehicle, you're getting registered, obviously you're paying some sort of a commercial vehicle fee. But make no mistake about that, Madam Chair, where those fees, taxes, whatever you want to call them go, they really go back to your local units of government to basically pay for the building and the support of the infrastructure. And that's one of my concerns with these bills right now, committee, is that the way I understand this bill to be, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong, basically the public is subsidizing to these PDDs the ability to use public infrastructure, and they have no skin in the game. They're not paying into that program like every other commercial vehicle would. And so with that, Madam Chair, I have an amendment. It is S3408.
And have you turned it in?
I have.
Yes. Let's give the body just a moment to pick one up. Would you like to explain your amendment or have it read?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just, this is basically in the weeds statute stuff, but if you go to KSA 8-143M, that statute, that section of statute is referred to as your annual commercial vehicle fee, issuance of commercial license plates, distribution of amounts collected. And so basically, Madam Chair, what this has is, if you go to 8-143M, it basically has a table of weight groups for vehicles. And basically, this is just providing the same commercial fee structures that every other commercial vehicle has in this state. It's based on weight. Obviously, we know these PDDs, they don't weigh very much. So when you're looking at the table here, the vehicle age for a group weighing up to 12,000 pounds, 1 to 3 years of vehicle age, that annual fee would be $250. And so what this does, once again, it levels the playing field by being sure that all those in a commercial delivery business, that their commercial vehicles are contributing to your local units of government. With that, I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Do we have questions on the amendment? The chair recognizes the senator of Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's not an exemption for under 2,000 pounds in this?
Was that a question for Senator Holland?
That was a question, Madam Chair.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
I am not aware of that. I'm going to have to go back to the reviser. If there is, I hope there, well, let's put it this way. For these vehicles, I hope there is an exemption if they're under 2,000 pounds, because I do believe they need to pay something. So I can get that researched, but if that is a statute, let me confirm with the reviser.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, and I appreciate the senator from Sedgwick's question. So if you direct your attention to the amendment, even though these vehicles are significantly under 12,000 pounds, that's why the language is in the amendment specifically saying that this is for commercial vehicles more than 10,000 up to 12,000 pounds. So what it is requiring these vehicles to in fact pay a commercial licensing vehicle fee starting for vehicles at 10,000 pounds. They do not get the under 2,000 exception.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I support this amendment.
Any additional questions on the amendment for Senator Holland? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do believe that if you do support this type of disruptive technology, that you do need to level the playing field when it comes to the regulation of taxes and fees. And so with that, I would move this amendment. I do think it makes the underlying bill better. I move the amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We're back on the bill.
Madam Chair, I have another amendment.
Have you turned it in?
I have. But actually, I need to ask my pointed question first, so let me do that. So for the carry of the bill, if she could tell me, we've heard a lot about kind of local control with this. How does this work? So if, say, Amazon comes in to, say, an area, a city, or a county, do they have to get any permission up front from either the city or the county, or can they basically just kind of start setting this up? And if the city has heartburn, then they can throw a flag and say time out.
Senator from Shawnee, Senator O'Shea.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe that they have to get permission first.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Okay, I appreciate the response. However, my reading of the language makes it sound basically where the locals will be in a reactive mode. I want to clarify that. So I have an amendment, Madam Chair. It is S3403.
Thank you. We'll wait a moment while we pass it out to the body. Would you like to have it read or explain it, Senator Holland?
I think I can explain it, albeit a butchered version, but I think I can kind of get the spirit of this across. If you look at basically the current language, basically it's, when you read the language, particularly up front of the bill, the bill makes a blanket statement up front. If you look at the statement in new section 2, page 1, line 30, the new section 2 says, and this was amended by the Senate committee, this is the most current language, it says, notwithstanding any other provisions of law, a personal delivery device is authorized to operate on any, it says sidewalk or crosswalk, the municipality, public highway, blah, 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 blah. And then it goes into, it will yield and everything else. My point is, Madam Chair, is that this has given Amazon and whoever permission to go to town. And so what the amendment does, if you look at the language there, Madam Chair, what this talks about is, instead of this being where the city would have to react, what it does is it basically says Amazon or whoever would basically have to go before the city, lay out the routes, get approval from the city and the county to do this. I think that's very, very appropriate and beneficial. One of the things, Madam Chair, as I alluded to earlier today, there's a magazine called MRSC, and basically they talk about this whole PDD phenomena specifically, talks about basically a county in Washington State, and there were basically different towns. There's like a Kirkland ordinance. Basically, they had this city in Washington State evidently had a 6-month emergency moratorium on acceptance of applications for the PDDs, okay, because what they wanted to do is they wanted to establish a public hearing mechanism, so basically that the locals could basically have an opportunity to come in and get the plan from Amazon or whoever's rolling these things out, and give the citizens a voice to do this. One of the questions or things that came up earlier today on the floor is that, make no mistake, that not only do you have issues about the routes that these vehicles run, but there's also something called, I believe it's called a hive, and basically they're kind of like nondescript storage units. But basically, I mean, it could be like, you see those metal sheds out in your backyard where you store your tools, whatever. Basically, there would be something like this storage thing that Amazon or whoever had these vehicles, they would just set up to help facilitate, obviously, the deployment of the supply chain, okay, from wherever their shipping point is, to the residents. And so what I envision with this is that when Amazon or whoever comes to your neighborhood, they're going to have to go before your city commission first. They're going to have to go to talk to your counties as well, and get sign off on not only the routes, but then your city, your county folks can also say, hey, where are you going to put any intermediate storage devices as well? We need to do that because city of Kirkland, I believe the minority leader talked about some issues down in Tennessee someplace. But you've seen after the fact what has happened, Madam Chair, is that state legislators have implemented these things, giving full powers to the delivery services, and then you see basically cities and areas coming back trying to play catch up and put some regulation in because obviously their citizens get upset with this stuff when it's rolled out in a haphazard fashion. So that is the purpose of the amendment. I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Questions on the amendment? Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just a couple quick questions for the carrier of the amendment. The first one would be, by striking local government and inserting city or board of county commissioners, would this bypass the Wyandotte unified government?
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
For my non-attorney judgment, no, it would not.
Is the unified?
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and sorry for jumping the gun on you. Is the unified government a city or is it a county commission?
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
It's considered a county.
County commissioners?
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Are they labeled county commissioners?
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
I'm sorry, I missed the question. What's that again?
Could you repeat the question, Senator Hildebrand?
Definitely, Madam Chair. My question was, on a unified government, the sitting members of that government, are they actually classified as county commissioners?
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Madam Chair, I do believe they are.
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do believe. I don't know if I can count on I do believe, but we'll move on. The second part of my question is you have applicable city and Board of County Commissioners. So in the state of Kansas, a local city has what's called home rule. And a Board of County Commissioners, their authority in anything that they pass only applies to outside the city limits. So by making the Board of County Commissioners and you're bypassing and you're voiding the city's local home rule, is that what your intention was?
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Madam Chair, but I respectfully disagree with the questioner's intimation of what I'm trying to do here. Where we're going with this is that, make no mistake, this is going to go into municipalities, your cities, your first, second class, third class cities. And so when the bill talks about the ability of these PDDs to traverse, it's not only going across crosswalks, it's not only going down your sidewalks, the reference in that bill is to highways. And so I really see this as the county is going to have to understand what is the impact to county operations as well, because when the bill references the ability of those vehicles to go down a highway, I'm assuming that's going to allow basically these vehicles to go potentially between cities. And so you are going to have some right-of-way maintenance considerations for county government. And that's why I have introduced that as well into this bill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm going to pause debate just for a moment. We have a guest with us in the Senate chambers. Congressman Estes is in the back. Welcome to the Senate. Thank you for joining us. Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do believe the highway part is in there because the highways do not stop at the city limits. They do go through city limits. And I do disagree with the carrier of the amendment. You are putting another layer of authority over the city local control, because by putting the and county commissioners, if a city decides to authorize and allow this, they still have to go before a Board of County Commissioners for their approval to allow them to do something that they have in home rule. This will bypass and void home rule for that instance.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Well, I would just point out to the good senator from Cherokee that this is a Senate-originated bill. If it gets out of this chamber, this is going to wind its way through House hearings, and I'm sure they can fly-spec that issue and figure it out. And we can take that to conference committee if needed. I don't want to stand in the way of making something good, waiting for the perfect. So let's move along the process if we can. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I don't think any of my colleagues or myself really care to count on the House to clean up our mess. And I will be voting against this amendment.
Senator from Finney, Senator Dahl.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a few questions for the carrier of the amendment.
Yes, continue.
First, did the League of Municipalities or the KCA approve your amendment?
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
They did not, but I would like to add, Madam Chair, that the League of Municipalities and the KCA, they were never a proponent of this bill. They had reservations of it. In fact, the Amazon lobbyists, they spent quite an inordinate amount of time before this bill was even brought to committee, getting them to a neutral position. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Finney, Senator Dahl.
Being a former city commissioner and being involved with other city commissioners a lot, we do a lot of our policing by complaint-based things. We don't like a lot of rules. So if this law or this statutory rule, whatever you want to call it, comes in, I think the city has whatever they need to police it, and so they don't really want to waste Amazon time or their city commission time. I think this is just piling on bureaucracy onto something that's fairly simple. But if the League of Municipalities has not signed on to this, or the KCA has not signed on this, and we didn't take the time to go talk to them about this, I don't know how I can favor this. Thank you.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Solenstrop.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd ask the Senator from Douglas if any other manned vehicle delivery service, FedEx, UPS, Grubhub, anybody like that whatsoever, has been subject to letter B.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, if the good senator from Sedgwick could reorder me, what does he mean by letter B?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Solenstrop.
It describes the location of all routes that a personal delivery vehicle or device will use, and a location of any unit or facility used for the storage of personal delivery devices shall be approved by the applicable city and board of county commissioners before a personal delivery device is operated or stored in such city or county. And my contention is, simply because it is not a manned device, we're creating an entire new set of rules for a piece of equipment unmanned, as opposed to all the delivery services that are out there today that happen to be manned.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I would basically remind the good senator that we don't have any PDDs anywhere on the streets of cities of Kansas anywhere today. And I can tell you for a fact that there has been nationwide certain cities that had major issues once this stuff came into their neighborhoods, and they had to react to neighbors who were upset. Now, I appreciate the reference about, the questioning the appropriateness of the amendment. The point is that you need to have some proactive local control, because you don't want Amazon coming into a neighborhood causing problems with your citizens, okay? And then you've got basically a city council scrambling to clean up the mess afterwards. This is the one thing that frustrates me about legislation up here, is it's very easy for, the state chamber, the special interests say, no local control, this will all be vanilla, they can all handle it, don't worry about it, and that's when you got problems. So I'm looking out for my city commission of Baldwin and Lawrence. I'm looking out for my Douglas County commissioners, And I'm going to put some teeth in this bill, Madam Chair, that gives them some proactive controls, so before Amazon come out with their PDDs and run them all over, you know, your backyard or whatever, I want them to weigh in and tell Amazon where they can have these routes. Once again, I will remind the body, okay, this underlying bill without this amendment has a lot of gaping loopholes. We need some controls in this. I would suggest that if you really care about local control as far as not blindsiding your municipalities with something, that we put this in there. This bill is going to go over to the House, and it will give the local units to the municipalities, give them opportunity to weigh in on this. But this is enabling them to control the onslaught of the job-killing robots, and your citizens will be appreciative. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Solonstrop.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Based on that response, and I can assume he's got no example, no related item to any other delivery device, any other delivery service that would be subject to these same types of rules that he wants to apply to the unmanned devices. Thank you.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
I don't understand the point the senator from Sedgwick's trying to make. These are unmanned devices. As far as I know, you could have somebody in India driving around your neighborhood, okay? There's nobody on the device. I'm not aware of any commercial vehicle we have in the state of Kansas that's going to be running up and down our neighborhoods where somebody's not going to be there accountable for that. I don't understand what the issue is. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are there other questions on the amendment? Senator, I don't see any. You may close.
Madam Chair, I appreciate the body's indulgence. I'm really offering this to make the bill better. As I've told folks on the floor, you know, the committee wasn't aware. This has been around certain communities. There have been issues. Let's not blindside our fellow citizens. I mean, this is postcard material, okay? If I can't get any more base than that, you vote for this and you unleash a can of worms, people are going to come after you. We need to be more sensitive to their potential needs. I move the amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion fails. We're back on the bill. Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland. Are there any, Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fascadeau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You're doing a great job. And the senator who's carrying the bill, Senate Bill 161, is that correct? Are we still on that bill?
Yes, Senate Bill 161, yes.
Yes, the senator from Shawnee. Just for clarification after the amendment that was just on the floor. So currently, the current language in the bill, is she listening? The current language in the bill says that the only thing we're voting on is if allowing the municipalities to say if they want this or not. It's not automatically implementing what we're debating. Is that correct, Madam Chair?
Senator from Shawnee, Senator O'Shea.
Thank you, Madam Chair. May I please check with my reviser?
Yes. Senator from Shawnee, Senator O'Shea.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On page 3 of the bill, line 8, so new section 3, delivery devices may be prohibited. So I was incorrect earlier. They may be prohibited by local resolutions and ordinances if the local government determines that the prohibition is necessary.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fasco.
Madam Chair, can the senator from Shawnee elaborate a little bit more? So then would that municipality have to opt out? I mean, if this legislation passes, then it automatically happens in our cities or counties? Just clarify for me, please.
Senator from Shawnee, Senator O'Shea.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our local municipalities would have to create a resolution or ordinance against it.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fasco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
And not to beat a proverbial horse, thank you, Madam Chair, but this is my whole point as the carrier of the bill just related to the senator from Sedgwick. Amazon's going to come in and set up these routes. There's not going to be any interaction necessarily with the city or the county where these highway routes could run back and forth. They're going to do it. They have that right. So from just a public policy perspective of city, county planning, okay, the city and the county will be in react mode. That's bad. Look, if you really want to see this succeed, give the locals a little more proactive control up front where they can basically approve the routes. Because I guarantee you where Amazon wants to run the PDDs and where your cities probably want them to run, there's going to be a major conflict at some point, as evidenced by this municipal magazine talking about these local units that have basically put the kibosh on further PDD implementation. I just think it's good governance. Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the body's indulgence.
Any other questions for Senator from Shawnee, Senator O'Shea? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Ware.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a little bit of a concern, well, more than a little bit of a concern about how fast these can travel. When it said 6 miles an hour, and that sounds really slow as compared to driving a car, but 6 miles an hour would be a very fast clip if an adult who is a typical runner would be running, and much faster than an old person or a child could manage. Would there be room for the municipality to make that adjustment if they thought that 6 miles an hour was feeling too fast on their sidewalks?
Senator from Shawnee, Senator O'Shea.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know the exact answer. I do know that the municipalities, although originally against this, they are the ones that added in Section 3 on page 3. So they were the ones that added the language and were okay with that.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Ware.
I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me. Is that where the speed limit for these is? Is that what you're saying?
No, that is the...
Senator from Shawnee, Senator O'Shea.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That is the section about local areas creating resolutions or ordinances to prohibit this.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Ware.
So we don't know whether there would also be the ability to make that adjustment if it were to come to their community?
Senator from Shawnee, Senator O'Shea.
Thank you, Madam Chair. They cannot change the speed limit of the device. They can just prohibit it or not.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Ware.
I'm afraid that might be a problem. Okay, thanks. I'll be a no.
Any other questions for the Senator from Shawnee, Senator O'Shea? I see none. Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I encourage the body to vote for this. The future is here. I move that when the committee rises and it reports Senate Bill 161 favorably for passage.
As amended.
As amended, thank you.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Motion passes. We're on to our next bill, Senate Bill 368. The chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 368 was brought to Senate Judiciary Committee by the Attorney General, and it addresses the crime of internet trading in child pornography or aggravated internet trading in child pornography. It makes that particular crime a defined sexually violent crime and puts it within the Kansas Offender Registration Act. Now, the bill does not apply to a juvenile offender. So by statute, the definition of a person who is engaged in internet trading and child pornography or aggravated internet, if they are going to be prosecuted under this, the offender has to be 18 years of age or older. So there is no possibility that a juvenile would be prosecuted under this bill were it to become law. And if you are so convicted, if your victim is 14 or more years of age, but less than 18 years of age, it would be 25 years on the offender registry, and it would be lifetime on the offender registry if your victim is less than 14 years of age. So with that, Madam Chair, I stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren? Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill is in regard to victims of sexual abuse, sexual crimes, including childhood victims.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The bill addresses one particular specific type of sexually violent crime, and it is this: internet trading in child pornography or aggravated internet trading in child pornography. And that is defined in statute at 21-5514. So it is specifically a particular kind of sexually violent crime.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Great. Thank you. With that, I do have an amendment to the bill, and it has been handed in.
Do you have a number you can record?
See if I can see it. 3410.
Thank you. We'll wait a moment while we pass out the amendment. Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher, would you like to explain it or have it read?
Pertinent to the point that was just mentioned, an act concerning childhood sexual abuse, this amendment is in regard to the statute of limitations for civil cases for childhood sexual abuse, and that currently our timeframes do not match what is more of the standard across the U.S. 40 other states have updated their statute of limitations. This initially came through a bill 2 years ago, 2020, was heard in the House, received a lot of support, and due to priorities with COVID and other issues, has just kind of been sitting there. So this does extend the statute of limitations for victims of childhood sexual crimes.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Madam, I think Senator from Miami was standing as well.
Yes, Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do believe that the amendment that's been brought to us is an important one. I don't think that the place for the debate on that is here. In fact, I have requested that we have an interim hearing that would be several days on this, but I am going to challenge germaneness since I believe what's been brought forward to us is a piece of civil legislation, whereas I believe the bill that we're on deals with criminal.
We've had a germaneness challenge. We'll convene the Rules Committee. The senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson, will replace Senator Alley for this germaneness challenge. The chair recognizes the Rules Chair, Senator from McPherson, Senator Wellborn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Rules Committee has ruled the amendment is non-germane, introduces a separate question, and broadens the scope of the bill.
We're back on the bill. Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will not challenge the ruling, although I will say that's an interesting process as far as how some of these things are viewed and the very direct language that is here. I certainly do appreciate the mention by the gentlelady from Miami in regard to doing an interim or something to get this moving because 40 other states have changed their statute of limitations in this particular topic. So we are a bit behind, and it would be nice for us to go ahead and update some of the language that is potentially antiquated. Additionally, a petition from a 2-week period in support of changing our statute of limitations generated over 11,000 signatures, and that's just a 2-week period. And on top of that, since the hearing, and this review was done in December of 2020 by the Judiciary Council, gave agreement to making the change so that, again, we would be updating our language similar to what other states have done. Not taking action protects abusers, which I know we do not want to do. So I look forward to an interim hearing, and we move this issue forward. Thank you.
The chair recognizes the senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I appreciate the work of those identifying whether or not it was germane. I do want to speak briefly on this issue.
Yes, continue.
Because all forms of sexual assault and abuse, regardless of age, regardless of gender, are a violation against a human individual. I think that a hearing, a 50-minute hearing in any committee is not sufficient for how we as a body should be addressing this issue. Obviously, the statute of limitations is a concern. For me, it's a concern because we know in the state of Kansas, it's just 2 years after the age of majority. And most victims that have been traumatized, oftentimes repeatedly, are not able to come forward before they're 20 years old to face perhaps the individual or multiple people that have abused them. So I think it's appropriate that we give the due diligence, that we bring in experts. We be willing as members of this legislature to listen to the experts, and that includes mental health, that includes prior victims, law enforcement, those folks that are helping and supporting victims of sexual abuse every single day. And that only with that information, that background, that foundation of information, should we move forward. To eliminate a statute of limitations, I don't think we're ready to say which way we should go, but I think we do need to address this. It's an issue that's unfortunately not going to go away. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too rise in support of this, and I appreciate the discussion that we had on the rules challenge, but I do think this is something that we need to address, and it's been in Judiciary Committee without a hearing, so I hope that this bubbles up because it is important to Kansans, and it is important for victims of domestic violence and sexual assault. So I just urge the chair to have a committee, and we've had some good bills, some legislation passed or kind of in the hopper to debate. And I just hope that we don't just pick and choose things that are comfortable for us to talk about, but we actually look at how can we address sexual assault and domestic abuse in our state. So look forward to those committee hearings.
Are there additional questions from the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren? I see none. You may close and make your motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Attorney General has brought us Senate Bill 368, and it does address looking at a particular type of sexually violent crime, internet trading in child pornography or aggravated internet trading in child pornography, and would require that those convicted of that crime be required to register on the Kansas Offender Registration Act. So it's an important piece of prosecuting those who are engaged in the crime as described in the bill. So with that, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it report Senate Bill 368 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. We'll now turn our attention to Senate Bill 385. The chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. You may continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm honored to say that Senate Bill 385 came to Senate Judiciary Committee with the signature and the co-sponsorship of 35 of the members of this body. So we took a look at Senate Bill 385. It was in 2020 voted upon by this body and received a vote of 40-0, and it passed over to the House. And it passed over to the House in 2020 and was heard in House Judiciary, but was not advanced due to the legislature adjourning for COVID. It was brought back to my attention because several young ladies in my district and nearby had been the victims of the crime that is described in Senate Bill 385. And what the bill does is it makes it a registerable offense if you are convicted of a breach of privacy by using a mobile phone or other recording device without the knowledge of the victim to videotape or otherwise record the victim in a state of undress. So in an area where the victim has an expectation of privacy. So for instance, you take, and this did happen to some of the victims, you take your cell phone and you surreptitiously put it under the divider wall of a dressing room or a bathroom or some other place where there's an expectation of privacy and the videotaping is done without the knowledge or consent of the victim. So it makes it a registerable offense. And there was some questions about, well, what if you are, for instance, at a public swimming pool and in your bathing suit or whatnot? That would not be subject to this bill if it were to become law, because at a public swimming pool, you don't have any reasonable expectation of privacy. So was glad to have the support of so many colleagues in this body. And the time of registering is 15 years on the sex offenders list. And in committee, we did make one amendment, and the amendment was to have the bill not apply to a juvenile. So if you are a juvenile offender, that is, it would not apply to you unless you were being adjudicated as an adult. So with that, Madam Chair, I would stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren? Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do support this. I've had discussions with the chair about this particular bill and the previous one. I just want to remind this body that the sex offender list is a very, very serious punishment for those who are experiencing that in my community, where there are prisons, people get out, and those that are on this list feel the pain of what that brings for sometimes a lifetime. And it really does impact the way people live, the way they're perceived. It really is a scarlet letter that hangs around their neck virtually as they're on this list. So this is a very serious thing we're doing, and I want to make sure we understand the gravity of the situation, that we are putting in place the ability, even if there is not necessarily sexually explicit things shown in these pictures, it is the act of doing this and being convicted of that, of course, of somebody in the act of undressing. It's a very serious thing, equivalent to many of the different sex acts and the reprehensible things that happen
So I just want to emphasize that to the body. I will be supporting this, but I do it knowing that this is a very serious consequence, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Are there additional questions? Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren. I see none. You may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, want to thank the body for their strong support of this piece of legislation, with 35 of us co-sponsoring the bill. And it is an important piece of moving forward on stopping this type of bad behavior. There was one person who was charged with it and then went out and did it again as soon as was released from custody. So these are important measures to put in place, and I'm hopeful to see such strong support continue. With that, Madam Chair, then I move that when the committee rises and reports, it report favorably for passage Senate Bill 385 as amended. We didn't amend it here today.
Unamended.
So, Senate Bill 385. Thank you.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. On to our next bill, Senate Bill 395. You're still up. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Motion carries. You may continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 395 came to Judiciary Committee primarily from a representative and had the support of several entities, which I will talk about later, but it essentially addresses a concern we hear about the Fourth Amendment and your right to be free from unreasonable searches and seizures. So the bill is short, and it does require that if a Wildlife and Parks authorized enforcement officer is going to enter the private property to conduct surveillance on the private property, that they have to at least have a lawfully issued warrant, a court order, or a subpoena, or there are 3 other exceptions that the Wildlife and Parks officer could enter your private property, and they are these. Exigent circumstances, essentially there's an emergency and they're observing it and they need to enter to address that emergency. A consent search, the property owner has consented to the search or called ahead of time. Hey, anytime Wildlife and Parks you want to enter my private property, please do so. And then the third would be the plain view doctrine. If Wildlife and Parks is driving by the private property and they see in plain view some behavior that leads them to believe they have probable cause to suspect that there's criminal activity occurring, they could then also enter without a warrant. So the 4 conferees on the bill, there were 3 who testified in support, and they were Americans for Prosperity, Kansas Livestock Association, and Kansas Farm Bureau. And the one opponent was Wildlife and Parks. And after the hearing, it was requested that the 4 conferees get together and bring language to committee that would have the bill in such a state where there would be no opponents, but the opponent would become neutral. So there was some discussion in committee about what that amendment was, and the committee, after much discussion, did learn that the opponent became neutral on the bill with the amendment, and the amendment there you see in Senate Bill 395, that the provisions requiring a warrant or those 3 exceptional circumstances wouldn't apply if Wildlife and Parks had a wildlife biologist or a biotechnician on the property when the primary purpose of their surveillance was to track wildlife movement or migration. And the other exception to the warrant requirement in the bill would be an employee of the Department of Wildlife and Parks. Their primary purpose was surveillance to locate or retrieve a missing person. We also then did amend the definition of surveillance, and the surveillance would mean the installation and use of electronic equipment on the property when it's installed and used. So it would not include if Wildlife and Parks officer is entering the property and has a body cam on, for instance, and the body cam is being used and is in operation. So with that, Madam Chair, the bill presents a good, reasonable balance between the need for law enforcement and protecting constitutional rights and your right to be free under the Fourth Amendment from unreasonable searches and seizures. And I will stand for questions. Thank you.
Are there questions for the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren? Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment.
Have you turned it in?
I have.
And it has a number?
It does, 3414.
All right, we'll wait a moment to pass it out to the body. Would you like to explain your amendment or have it read?
I'll explain it, Madam Chair. It's
Continue.
pretty simple. It just basically strikes or does strike line 17 through 24. And the reason why I am offering this amendment is our personal property rights and our Fourth Amendment doesn't stop just because someone wants to track wildlife on our personal property. And with that, I will stand for questions.
Questions on the amendment? Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand. Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a question for the senator from Cherokee, if he would stand for it.
He will.
In his explanation, he said that, privacy shouldn't stop if you're just tracking wildlife. So why is he striking the lines that talk about the purpose of surveillance being to locate and retrieve a missing person?
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Because at that point, if they're tracking or looking for a missing person, I believe that it's highly probable that they've already have a court order or something to place that on there to find that missing person.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have concerns about the bill itself and was wondering why we're making special rules just for wildlife and parks law enforcement officers. But I'm very concerned when I hear that there was good work to strike a balance, and then all of a sudden we're interrupting that. So I'm in opposition.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
I have no questions, Madam Chair, for the carrier of the amendment, the senator from Cherokee. I will say, and I think it does bear repeating, that this bill is a carefully struck compromise. And the committee, the Judiciary Committee, was conflicted on the original bill. We heard from very strenuous proponents for the bill, and then, of course, the opponent from the bill, that being wildlife, who feel as if sometimes there are circumstances that do warrant having surveillance on private property. And I think the point was well made that those police powers that are necessary were to be maintained. Senator from Douglas referenced the exigent circumstances. Oftentimes, there's no opportunity to get a warrant if someone is missing, or over that course of time that they're unable to find someone who is in need of care. But the point remains that, again, what the committee process has brought to us, and this bill that we have before us, is what we like to call, Madam Chair, well vetted, having taken into account both proponent and opponent sides, and it's a carefully cobbled project that is now before us, and I would hope that we would not disturb the committee's recommendation and that we would reject this amendment. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not in support of this amendment either, and I would urge the body to reject it. As has been previously stated, we really did do a lot of good work in committee, and we came together around a complicated issue that folks on the committee had different views. We had proponents and opponents. We were able to reconcile those views. We came together around a consensus. This bill, just so the body's aware, it was unanimously supported by the Judiciary Committee because of the compromises and because of the good work that we did in the committee. And I really do commend our Judiciary Committee chair for that work and for allowing us to have a good discussion and to get to a place where we were able to pass this out of committee unanimously. I do support the underlying bill, so I'm going to be supporting SB 395 because I do think it strikes the appropriate compromises. I just don't support this amendment for a couple reasons. One, it really doesn't make sense in the sense that if you think that if you are from a local police department, or if you're from a sheriff's office, or if you're from the KBI, this amendment doesn't apply to you. So you could go onto the property to search for, to locate and retrieve a missing person. So it doesn't make sense that we would take this one sliver of law enforcement and say that we're going to have separate rules that only apply to you, but don't apply to police, don't apply to fire, don't apply to the KBI, don't apply to highway patrol, don't apply to sheriff's offices. So that doesn't make sense. And also, I think it really would endanger Kansans. And I think most of us, if we had a loved one, if we had a family member who was missing, and we would want the Wildlife and Parks folks to be doing everything they could to help us locate this missing loved one. And we would not want the Wildlife and Parks folks to have to come back to us as family members and say, hey, we're sorry, we can't go locate this missing person because of something that the Kansas legislature did on the floor when we had a really well-vetted bill that was a compromise bill. So I wouldn't support it because I think this endangers Kansans. It segregates one part of law enforcement from the other, and I think it does away with all the good work we did in committee. So I would urge the body to vote no on this amendment, but I'm supportive of the underlying bill.
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And before I respond, I would like to ask the carrier of the bill if she wouldn't mind answering this question to explain specifically what exigent circumstances are.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to call on my legislative intern, who's a third-year law student at KU, to answer that question. But let me see if I can give a brief definition in legal terms to make sure I get it right. Or I can ask the revisor if he's here, and I can give you kind of a layman's term of looking at it. Is essentially, it's an emergency situation. You see an emergency going on, and you are going to enter the property to respond. But I can do better than that.
Madam Chair, if I may, that's what I wanted to hear, because I would imagine that looking for a missing person would fall under that category. So with that, there's no need to labor anymore on that. I do appreciate the hard work that every committee does up here. It is definitely hard work. You're trying to do as much as you can within a limited amount of time. And I do not disrespect that. And with the words I'm about to say, in no way does it mean to belittle the work that the Judiciary Committee performed, because I know that's a hardworking committee. It's a complicated committee. And with that, though, our constitutional rights are not up for compromise. They're absolute. Except you can't yell fire in a movie theater. But outside of that causing harm intentionally to somebody else, they are absolute. And one of the things that we always worry about when we decide to give up a little bit of our freedoms or our constitutional rights are we're trying to help somebody else. It's for the safety of the people. It's for the safety of the good of the people. We just witnessed a lot of that here recently, but I will not go into that as well. My point is, regardless of how you view or what the compromise was, by putting this in, you're still violating my Fourth Amendment right as a personal property owner. And the statement was made, what about the KBI, law enforcement? We don't have an amendment, or we do not have a bill addressing that, so I don't have an amendment for that. I'm addressing the bill at hand. Madam Chair, I believe that is all my comments on that. Thank you.
Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Thank you. I do rise to speak in support of this amendment. Kansas is very much a private property state. This is moving in line with our problems with eminent domain. You know, the trespasses is very near and dear to our heart. I too very much support the hard work of the committee, but I'm afraid at some levels the representation may not reflect the people who are actually troubled by this bill. This is very much a rural-based issue. You know, as a landowner, as a farmer, you know, my rights to my land are inviolate. And I do think this puts people at risk. But unfortunately, it's the employees of the Kansas Wildlife and Parks. You know, people running into people who don't have permission on somebody's land causes big problems that often leads to violent endings. And so the right way to deal with this is to get permission before you go on to somebody's ground, or notify them that there's an extenuating circumstance, and they'll be most likely be much more apt to comply. But yeah, I'm not willing to give away my individual rights to my land. It's very critical that we protect those rights, and this is a simple step to preserve those. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to address the definition of exigent circumstances for a moment. There's a Supreme Court case. Let me back up a minute. So exigent circumstances is one of the exceptions to the general requirement that you have to have a warrant under the Fourth Amendment for a search and seizure. So the U.S. Supreme Court has clarified that a variety of circumstances may give rise to an exigency sufficient to justify a warrantless search, including law enforcement's need to provide emergency assistance to an occupant of a home, engage in hot pursuit of a fleeing suspect, or enter a burning building to put out a fire and investigate its cause. It's also defined as circumstances that would cause a reasonable person to believe that entry or other relevant prompt action was necessary to prevent physical harm to the officers or other persons, the destruction of relevant evidence, the escape of the suspect, or some other consequence improperly frustrating legitimate law enforcement efforts. What we have in the amendment that was put on in committee was kind of expanding exigent circumstances slightly to the community caretaker exception, which would be, for instance, a welfare check, not on meaning, you know, how are you doing, or a search and rescue operation. So I just wanted to clarify what the definitions were, and because I was asked that question. Thank you.
Any other questions for the carry of the amendment? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Kirshen.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I have a question for the carrier of the amendment.
Yes, continue.
if a private landowner, and I support property rights as good as much as anybody, but if a private property owner has these cameras or whatever it is on his property, does he have a right to view what the results of the footage that's been collected on a surveillance trip on his property? Basically, can he examine those films or whatever you want to call them so he can use them for his own, to see what kind of wildlife he's got on his property?
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand, would you like to try?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to make sure I understand the question correctly. I believe the question was, does the property owner have the right to view the film that Kansas Wildlife and Parks had put a camera on their property?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Kirshen, is that correct?
That's correct.
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Madam Chair, I did not look into that because that was not part of my amendment.
Okay. Does not appear to be an answer for your question, Senator Kirshen.
Okay, I didn't know either. That's what I was asking, because some of the surveillance is a benefit to the landowner and the people of the state too, because wildlife and parks can't be all over the state at one time, and they can police the places that are the most viable to a poacher or for those kind of activities. That would be where you'd want to run some surveillance when they can't find out where they are. So to me, it just seems like I won't be supporting the amendment, because I think that the one benefit from this whole thing is the poacher. He's going to have more freedom to do what he wants when there's no cameras around. So I'll be opposing the amendment.
Any other questions on the amendment? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the definition from the Senator from Johnson about exigent circumstances, and would ask the Senator from Cherokee if, after hearing that definition, he would still believe that locating and retrieving a missing person would be part of what applies to that definition.
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Absolutely.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Then we very much disagree, because I think those circumstances about necessary to prevent physical harm, destruction of relevant evidence, escape of a suspect would not at all be the same as a surveillance to locate a missing person. Again, that makes me be a firm opponent to this amendment. Thank you.
Any other questions for the Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand? Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to clarify that with or without the amendment, a private property owner can always consent to have Wildlife and Parks put a surveillance camera on their private property.
Any other questions? I see none. Senator Hildebrand, you may close on your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the good Senator from Johnson, Chair of the committee. She took half of my closing statement, so I do not have to, that saves me some time, but the other half of my closing statement is just a reminder that this bill just deals with surveillance cameras only, about someone from the Department of Wildlife and Parks coming onto your private property without your knowledge or consent, putting up a camera, then leaving and coming back and taking that camera down. And like she said, you can still put one up. If you're afraid of a poacher, or you're worried about a poacher on your property, your private property, you can notify the Kansas Wildlife and Parks Division, and they will come out, I'm sure, and set up cameras if they think that's valid to do at that point. So with that, Madam Chair, I urge everybody to support this amendment. And I close. Move my amendment.
Move your amendment. You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Noes appear to have it. All right, division has been called. All those in favor of the motion, please stand. Let me count one more time. Now stand still just a moment. Okay. Okay, roll call. Do I see 5 hands? Seeing 5 hands, the roll call is in order. The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Bowers. Plays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Bag. Voscato. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Hawk. Hildebrand. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Close. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reichman. Steffen. Straub. Sullentrop. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to change their vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? The clerk will close the roll and, the senator from Johnson. Oh, I'm so sorry. Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yes, I'd like to explain my vote.
Continue.
What the good senator was attempting to do was to provide and protect property rights. And I would ask that any landowner, homeowner, understand that if that language stays in, that Wildlife and Parks can come on your property, put a camera up. Doesn't matter if you live urban, rural, anywhere. That is available for them to invade your privacy as a private property owner. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I vote aye.
Seeing no other folks standing, the clerk will call the roll and tally the vote. $14 haven't voted in favor and 22 against. Motion fails. We're back on the bill. Any other questions for the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren? Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, now my interest is piqued. I'd like to know more about the origination of this bill. Would the carrier of the bill could stand for questions, please?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Oh, is that a question, Madam Chair?
Thank you.
Could you repeat your question, Senator Holland?
Oh, no, I was just asking permission. Thank you, Madam Chair. My question for the carrier of this is basically, how did this bill originate?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The information that I have, it was requested for introduction in Fed and State Affairs. And it says on the website by Senator Olson in his committee. And I believe it, well, I'm not going to speculate.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I will, maybe I should direct instead if he's willing to stand, a question for the senator from Johnson, Senator Olson, because I would like to know more about how this bill got originated. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson. Would you care to respond?
Yeah, I don't have the file in front of me, but I believe this bill was, a member was asked us to introduce it for him. They had it drafted, they had an RS number, and as we do sometimes, the committee introduced it. So we introduced a lot of bills over there. I think we had 8 yesterday.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now my interest is really piqued. Who is they?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson, do you care to respond?
Like I said, I don't have my notes with me, but I can get them for you who requested the bill. But I mean, we've had probably 40 or 50 bills introduced, and it was asked by a member of the legislature to introduce this. As we've got members on the committee, we got people that come before the committee and ask for legislation to be introduced. We allow about every bill to be introduced.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
The truth shall reveal itself, Madam Chair. So this came from a member of the legislature. Would that be correct? Senator from Johnson.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
I believe that's correct. I don't have my notes, but I believe it came from a member of the legislature. Yep.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Just so I understand, did the Judiciary Committee hear this bill, Madam Chair, or did some other committee?
Yes, this was in the Judiciary Committee, Senator Holland.
And so when the proponents came for the Judiciary Committee, what was the problem they were trying to solve?
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland, do you have someone particular to direct that to?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am redirecting that back to the chair of the Judiciary Committee. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 395 was introduced in Committee on Federal and State Affairs, and like many bills, it gets referred out of that committee. It did get referred to Judiciary Committee. We did have a hearing, and I'm looking at proponent testimony as to the why, I guess is the question, to take further steps to ensure our citizens' private property rights by defining the protections that's provided, and regarding a doctrine in law that's known, and to protect private property rights, I think, was the issue being addressed.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
So I'm confused, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairman. Was this just a bill just to talk in an abstract way about personal property rights? Or is there something that was a concern to the proponent of the bill that made her or him bring this before the legislature to get addressed?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can't speculate to what was in the mind of the legislator who introduced this bill. However, I can tell by reading the bill that it specifically applies to employees of the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks, that they not conduct surveillance on private property unless authorized pursuant to a lawfully issued warrant, court order, or subpoena. So from that, I can glean that we are talking about the entry of Department of Wildlife and Parks onto private property without a warrant, a court order, or subpoena, and that is the concern that the bill addresses. We have heard circumstances where surveillance cameras were put on private property to surveil the property without the knowledge of the private property owner, and this bill would help address those situations. Thank you.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
I appreciate that clarification. So just so I understand, why would then Wildlife and Park, what would be some reasons why they would put surveillance cameras on the property? What are some valid reasons they might do that, Madam Chair?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't represent Wildlife and Parks, so I can look at the testimony that was provided and answer, but I think that's available for everyone to look at.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Okay, I guess what bothers me about this bill is it seems pretty nebulous, and unless there's some hidden agenda here, to me it's like it's a bill searching for a problem. But I'll leave it to the wisdom of the body. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This is not a bill searching for a problem. This is a bill trying to solve a problem, and it's property rights for the state of Kansas. People may not be aware that law enforcement has certain authority in the state, and almost all law authority is at the same level except Wildlife and Parks. Wildlife and Parks do not have to have any cause, any reason to come on your property. And I have a constituent who's contacted me. He has stated that he knows individuals in the state of Kansas where Wildlife and Parks have come onto their property and put recording devices without permission. This is not a bill looking for a problem. This is a bill trying to solve a problem, and Senator Hildebrand's amendment would have taken us to where we need to be in this legislation. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Senator from Riley, Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll yield to the senator from Douglas if he wants to respond to that last question before I share my thinking, if that's permissible.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
I appreciate the senator from Lynn's response. I guess that just begs some more questions. Did she then inquire with Parks and Wildlife as to why they would be putting up cameras on property? And what would be a legitimate reason for doing that?
Senator Holland, is that directed at Senator Tyson?
Yeah, and that's okay. It's just one. I mean, I'm just trying to learn more about. I'm trying to understand what is the specific concern about Wildlife and Parks putting up surveillance cameras on somebody's property. I withdraw the question.
Okay.
That's fine. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. Senator from Riley, Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have to admit, when I saw this bill was on the agenda, I happened to pull up the original bill, and I was a little concerned about that, and I thought back about a colleague's family wedding that I went to in north central Kansas, and at the reception I had a chance to visit with a gentleman about what the role of Parks and Wildlife was. He was sharing a story about a poacher who had a lethal weapon and a struggle that ensued, and it sort of opened my thinking about what the law enforcement officers in Parks and Wildlife were up against. I naively had thought maybe all they really did was check fishing and hunting licenses, and I found out that no, they're out in remote areas, and it is often a dangerous situation that they face alone. So as I looked at this bill, I think I was pleased to see that some compromises and amendments. But I still think that this bill is taking us down the wrong path because it singles out Parks and Wildlife as law enforcement officers somehow being different than sheriffs, as was mentioned before, Highway Patrol, KBI. Parks and Wildlife are certified law enforcement officers. They are the blue, even though they may have a slightly different color on their uniform. And I look at this bill as being anti-law enforcement. It's the opposite of supporting our law enforcement officers in Parks and Wildlife, and maybe by inference even, who knows what other amendments this may set up in terms of our other law enforcement. I wanted to find out really what happened. I checked with the Secretary. It was his position that there had been no complaints about this and that their current policies and procedures actually reflected what was in this amended bill. He was concerned that this bill might limit the search and rescue that is often necessary. We've talked about that on this floor. They are often asked to render aid. I thought about an odd thing I've been involved with, and that's wildfires. And on one of my trips on the Geological Survey, I learned about what Parks and Wildlife people did in actually helping to put out those dangerous fires. I don't know if this would limit that, or would you have to wait and get permission from somebody as you saw their property burning? I hope not. I know cattle often get out. So what kind of limits do we do? What kind of path are we going down with this? Why are we singling out this one law enforcement? And what does it say about our support for the other critical people that while we have private property rights, those always balance with our duty for public safety. And I don't want to jeopardize what I think is the fine work of our officers, whether they work for Parks and Wildlife, KBI, the sheriff, local law enforcement, Highway Patrol. So I'll not be voting for this bill. I know people want to find a balance there. Maybe the bill does it with the amendment that we have, but I still don't like where it's heading. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this bill. The chair had done a great deal of work of asking the proponents and the opponent to work together to come up with a compromise. And as Senator Corson and Senator Haley had mentioned, we are all there in the room. A lot of work was done by committee to put all of this together. I support the underlying bill. I also support the bill with the amendment. And I think that this body should appreciate the fact that that both parties did work together. And in the end, the Wildlife and Parks Department said that they were neutral on this bill, and I stand in full support of it. Thank you.
Any other questions for the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren? Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one more quick question. Since the amendment failed, on page 1, line 19, it says a wildlife biologist or a biotechnician. Would that make those individuals law enforcement, or are they just employees of the Department of Wildlife Parks?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me ask for clarification on that from the reviser for just a moment.
Yes, go ahead. Would you like to continue, Senator Straub? Senator from Barton, Senator Straub, one more question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. While she's getting that information, a follow-up question to that. In that same line, it says that when the primary purpose of the surveillance is to track wildlife movement or migration, could any information gathered in surveillance be used against a private property owner, including homeowners, for any other purpose or in any other crime?
I may have to have you repeat that question in just a moment, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes.
So line 19 of the bill, a wildlife biologist or a biotechnician could be an employee of the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks or a law enforcement officer of the department. The bill on line 19 is not particularly clear. At line 22, it's a bit more clear, an employee of the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks. And I'm sorry I didn't hear the next question.
Senator from Barton, Senator.
Thank
Go
you,
ahead
Madam
and continue, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the follow-up question, and thank you for answering that, and I'll come back to that in just a moment, but the follow-up question then is, since that individual, that biologist or biotechnician, may or may not be law enforcement, could any of the further surveillance taken be used against that private property owner for any other purpose in any other crime or violation?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me ask for clarification from the reviser.
Yes, go ahead. Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If the department has the authority to have the surveillance equipment on the property, they can use it for any lawful purpose.
Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it would seem to me that we would have people who are not law enforcement officers gathering data, gathering surveillance and evidence against individuals for a crime that they may not have even known that they have committed. I think there are a lot of issues in this particular section of this bill, and in order to, for the purpose of just saving some time, I would move that we refer this back to committee for some clarification on those issues.
The motion is in order. It is debatable. Are there questions for Senator Farino, Senator Straub? Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. While I understand the good senator's motion, I'm hoping that we can get a couple of amendments written, which we're working on, and address some of these issues. But I appreciate the effort.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There is a motion made, and I don't know if it would be proper to stand at ease while we wait for the amendments or what the procedure would be, but I would suggest that we continue debate on the bill.
Yeah, you got a motion on the table. Right, there's a motion on the table.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
I think we have a motion on the table, Madam Chair. I was actually going to support the senator's motion, but if she wants to withdraw her motion, then we could allow the suggestion by the senator from Lynn to provide more amendments. But I did want to speak in support of her thing if she's going to keep it on. Thank you.
Senator Farton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really doesn't bother me either way, but I just thought in the essence of saving some time, I do think that this language is definitely leads us down a slippery slope of creating law enforcement officers of individuals who are not trained in such. And I think it's clearly a violation of personal property rights or private property rights. So at the will of the body, I can withdraw the motion if needed.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
I'll just a comment, and I won't belabor the point, but the good senator from Barton raises a very interesting prospect, and this isn't just for wildlife, this is also for law enforcement in general. When you look at basically law enforcement today, they use drones to go after suspects, basically at the scene of a crime, live action things. Those employees actually operating those drones may very well not be basically law enforcement. They could in fact be technicians. I don't know that, but I think there is some things here that she has brought to the light that we should really review this. And I think we're setting some dangerous precedents here, because while I can appreciate this so-called concern over violation of private property rights, Madam Chair, we live in a surveilled state, period. Whether you're an urban dweller, a suburban dweller, country dweller, there are eyes on you. And to give the impression that somehow we're going to try to worry about some surveillance things going on in the country for rural folks, other citizens in our state are subjected to these same things. And so I really have a concern about where this is going and where we may be opening up a can of worms on, in essence, letting the bad guys get away. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Drones aren't installed on property as a permanent surveillance piece to be stationary and on your property at all times. And I just wanted to clarify that, in fact, the bill clarifies what law enforcement can do. I am a supporter of law enforcement, law of order, the rule of law, and actually this brings wildlife and parks into the same category of law enforcement as sheriffs and chiefs of police and the KBI. That, again, strikes that balance, that if you're going to enter private property, whether you are law enforcement who's sheriff or chief of police or KBI or wildlife and parks, we cannot get around the Fourth Amendment. And this actually strikes that balance and clarifies that wildlife and parks is no exception. Whether you're entering property as wildlife and parks or other types of law enforcement, you have to abide by the Fourth Amendment. We do have the amendment, line 17 through 24, still in the bill, but they can do that now, quite frankly. So line 17 through 24 doesn't change the status of the law in that regard. Thank you. So I don't see it being a slippery slope problem. I think it actually helps fortify the Fourth Amendment. The underlying bill does. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'd like to remind the body that we're on the motion to refer back to committee, if that's what we would like to debate right now. And if the senator from Barton would withdraw, then we could continue debating the bill and waiting for amendments. So,
thank you, Madam Chair. I will withdraw my motion with the opportunity to reissue that motion if needed. Thank you.
Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman. We're back on the bill.
I'm disappointed she withdrew that motion. I think that this bill has obviously brought up a lot of different things where we're confused at this point about certain things. and we haven't come to a resolution. The good senators have brought up great points about property rights that I want to dig into a little bit. Even the motion that the good senator from Cherokee brought up might have been something I would, but it's deep in the points of contact here in terms of law enforcement. We're at 4:40 in the afternoon. We have 3 more bills on the docket here, and I'm hoping we can keep moving along. But this bill is causing us a lot of consternations, and we're inside of this committee as a whole, and I don't think our time is best served going through and trying to amend it on the floor today. And I think the committee could probably make exigent work of that bill if we allowed it to go back and be worked on and then get into an exempt committee. So, Madam Chair, I'd like to make the motion myself to refer this bill back to the committee.
Okay. So we have a motion to refer back to committee. So discussion on this motion. Senator Holland.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I fully support this motion by the senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman. I guess it concerns me the carrier of the bill says she's, obviously supports law enforcement, and I get that. What I'm concerned about is that I know the Fraternal Order Police, I know they had an objection to this bill initially, and when the carrier of the bill basically supported the amendment by the senator from Cherokee, I'm not sure Fraternal Order Police would have been totally cool with that. So I think we need to fly spec this a little bit more. I would also say in the areas of surveillance, yes, obviously drones is an example of surveillance that specifically would not be used by wildlife and park, but make no mistake, you also have law enforcement that basically buy third-party equipment, and my understanding is maintained by third-party companies that basically provide surveillance on homes, businesses, every day of the year. What's good for the goose is good for the gander, and so my concern is that we be consistent on how all our citizens are surveilled. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are there any other questions on the motion to send back to Judiciary? Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Madam Chair, when I spoke, I do want this to go to an exempt committee so that it does not die. I think it's a good bill for consideration. Given that we're at turnaround, I don't know if it's appropriate, but I would like to refer this to the Committee on Fed and State so that then can be referred back to Judiciary.
Okay, the motion on the floor is to refer the bill to Fed and State. Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
This bill was introduced in Fed and State, so it's exempt from the day of introduction, so it doesn't need to come back to my committee. Thank you.
Okay, any other discussion on the motion? Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
To clarify then, thank you, Senator from Johnson. It would just go back, the motion is to refer it back to Judiciary.
Yes. Any other comments or questions on the motion? All right, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes have it. Division's been requested. All those in favor, please stand. All right, you may sit. All those opposed, please stand. Twelve having voted in favor and 20 against, motion fails. We're back on the bill. Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Madam Chair, I understand there are some amendments being worked on and brought to the floor. I would suggest we pass over the bill and attend to some of our other work while we wait for those amendments.
All right, we'll pass over this bill. We'll turn our attention to Senate Bill 434. The chair recognizes the senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you like that last bill, you're really going to like this one. Let me give you a little background on Senate Bill 434. The bill was introduced by the Senate Committee on Judiciary at the request of the Kansas Association of Chiefs of Police, Kansas Police Officers, and Association of Sheriff's Association. Senate Bill 434 would amend Kansas law, the Kansas Open Records Act, KORA, as follows. The bill would amend a statute in KORA governing the procedures for obtaining access to public records to require requests for records that contain captured license plate data or that pertain to the location of an automated license plate recognition system submitted to the state or a local law enforcement agency or governmental agency be directed to the state or local law enforcement agency or governmental agency that owns, leases, or contracts for the operation. The bill would also add the above records to the statute of governing records. A public agency is not required to disclose or would define automated license plate recognition systems and capture license plate data for the purpose of KORA. Out of respect for personal privacy, you can no longer ask for records unless you have received a summons or a citation. Therefore, you can petition for a record to be revealed for your defense or for your assistance in complying with the summons. So it closes the, stops people from stalking or capturing records that could be used to stalk or SWAT or other means, and only allows you to collect the record if you've had a particular summons. This was supported by the League of Kansas Municipalities, the Wichita Police Department, and others in the Kansas Highway Patrol. So with that, I stand for questions.
Are there questions from the senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn? I see none. Senator, if you make
I move that when the committee rises and reports, it report Senate Bill 434 favorable for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. We turn our attention now to Senate Bill 348. The chair recognizes the senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 348 is the ever-popular eye-threading bill. It is a bill that would currently right now in the state of Kansas, if you want to use what's called a cotton thread to remove an eyebrow, the definition's kind of misleading. You're not actually threading eyebrows. You're using a cotton thread to pull an individual eyebrow out. Currently, they fall under the Board of Cosmetology. And to get licensed in the state of Kansas, you have to take a 1,000-hour course and pay $16,000 for that course. During our hearings, when we asked the Board of Cosmetology or these schools that offer this class what the training, how much of that 1,000-hour training was devoted to the eyebrow threading, we had anywhere from 0 to I don't know. So to put that into perspective of that 1,000 hours and $16,000, if you wanted to be an EMT in the state of Kansas and save lives, you could spend as little as 150 hours and still become a certified EMT in the state of Kansas. This bill will allow someone to do this procedure without being under the Board of Cosmetology. And with that, I will stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have questions for the senator from Cherokee, if he will stand for them.
He is.
Again, thank you, Madam Chair. There's a definition of threading that has been put into this bill, and it not only talks about what threading is, but it also lists some things that it says threading does not include the use of chemicals, heat, or any type of wax. Elsewhere in the bill, electrologist is defined as a person who removes hair for beautification by use of an electric needle only, and an aesthetician, and I'm not sure I'm pronouncing that correctly, is someone who can be working on eyebrow and eyelash services, but they specifically say other than electric needles. Is there a reason that the exclusions regarding threading do not include electric needles?
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the good senator from Douglas County had brought this to my attention before we had this bill on the floor, and we discussed it. And after reviewing it, and I do know she has an amendment, and I would say that would be a friendly amendment.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have an amendment. I've turned it in, and it's number 3419.
All right, we'll give a moment for the body to pick it up. Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco, go ahead and explain your amendment.
I think I can explain the amendment. The amendment simply adds, after the definition of threading, that it may include the use of over-counter astringents, gels, powders, tweezers, or scissors incidental to threading, but does not include the use of chemicals. It adds electric needles and then also keeps in heat or any type of wax. I'd stand for any questions.
Questions on the amendment? Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Madam Chair, I stand in great support of my colleague from Douglas. She does a great job with reading a bill, understanding the details, and bringing the things that need to be fixed to our attention where some of us might glaze over some of those details. She digs in and finds the things that sometimes we do need to fix, and this is one of those things. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions on the amendment? I see none. Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion passes. We're back on the bill. I see no more questions, Senator. You may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 348 favorably for passage.
As amended.
As amended. Thank you for that correction. Yes.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion passes. We're on to our next bill, Senate Bill 440. The chair recognizes the senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 440 would allow an occupational therapist to treat someone in their profession solely for the purpose of working with employees for education and instruction related to the workplace injury prevention, the public for the purpose of health promotion, education and functional independence and activities of daily living, or special education students who need occupational therapy services to fulfill the provisions of their individualized education plan or individualized family service plan. The bill would not prevent a hospital or ambulatory surgical center from requiring a referral. This will just allow a referral or an occupational therapist to do those procedures without a referral from a doctor for up to 30 days. And with that, I will stand for questions.
Are there questions from the senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have a question. I'm just rising in support of my chair from Public Health and Welfare. This Senate Bill 440, giving some independent authority to occupational therapists is a good bill. It's a balance between oversight for, as the bill says, the practice of occupational therapy does not include the practice of any branch of the healing arts or making a medical diagnosis, and the being able to provide those occupational therapy services as needed. So I rise in support.
Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Thank you. I'm rising to articulate that I will not be supporting this bill because there is a fatal flaw in this bill that was agreed upon by both the occupational therapists and the medical society, in that early in the bill it talks about a patient presenting to the occupational therapist and then they can initiate treatment. Then later in the bill it says explicitly that an occupational therapist cannot diagnose. Anybody in the healthcare field knows you cannot diagnose and treat. You cannot separate those two entities. So this bill has it backwards. It has the occupational therapist initiating treatment without a diagnosis, and that is an ineffective, flawed way to treat patients in general. And as such, without the correction of that fatal flaw, I cannot support it. Thank you.
Any other question for the senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand? I see none. You may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 440 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. We now turn our attention to Senate Bill 441. The chair recognizes Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is the bill everyone has been waiting for. Is the last bill on general orders today. So we can go home early or stay late. Depends on the questions. So with that, this bill is a transparency bill for high-risk biological laboratories, and it sets up parameters of what a class 2 or class level 3 or level 4 bio safety level 3 or 4 facility would have to perform. They have the option of, if they have a website currently, that they would put it on that website. It does not mean if you do not have a website, you have to create a website. Just as if you do have a website for that facility, that is what you would use. And it also requires a spreadsheet format for someone if they requested that information. And with that, I will stand for questions.
Are there questions of the senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand? Senator from Riley, Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I don't have questions, but I have a contrary opinion. I serve on a community liaison group for NBATH in Manhattan, and I want to remind this body that our legislature, our state, has invested heavily in our NBATH lab, $1.2 billion. The state invested $307 million. My city of Manhattan invested $5 million to bring that lab here from Plum Island. It is a real asset to our state, both economically and also in terms of the protection it offers us in terms of protecting our food supply, our agriculture, our livestock, and the potential diseases that are out there that may come to our country, to our state, and we're in a great position to be ready to stop those kinds of things. We also have a lot of other labs, and this bill speaks not just to NBATH, though I think the testimony in the committee focused mainly on that. We have Pat Roberts Hall, Senator Pat Roberts. That's a BL3 lab. Probably one of the reasons we were able to compete nationally and get NBAth here was because of the vision of President Weefald and Senator Roberts in getting that lab set up. It's still very active, carries on some critical projects, many that are talked about in this bill. NBAth, when it's established, and because of COVID and the pandemic, we're running a little bit, 6 months to a year behind in terms of being fully open, but it will provide up to 500 jobs. Those jobs are in the $75,000 a year category. The businesses that are likely to come to Kansas and be in the animal health corridor, not just in Manhattan, but all the way between Manhattan, Topeka, Lawrence, Kansas City, may balk if they think we look like a state that is really not supporting this. This bill actually undermines that investment that we have made as a state and as a nation to have NBAth here and to also support at Roberts Hall and the BL3 lab. It says to people that Kansas is not open for business in the biological sciences because we're going to create an undue burden. I was not at the testimony, but I read the testimony that was in the explainer. And one person was a proponent one day sooner. And I was told that they were not even here, they were out of the country. And they stated that it would not impose additional burden. But that's not what the proponent said in their testimony. They feel and are very strong in factually presenting that we actually do those things. Those things are federal requirements. They create the public trust that we need to have, and that becomes essential to conduct this kind of biological research. We also have we have a clear record of compliance with federal and state reporting obligations already. When you look at the types of pathogens that are mentioned with the BL4, which is NBAth, the work we do at the BL3, but a BL2 containment includes salmonella, rabies, and some influenza viruses. Our laboratories in Manhattan at K-State, and I think in other places around the state at other universities and other private labs, work on foodborne and waterborne pathogens, and many of those are not considered high risk. So this bill could inadvertently affect a lot of labs. In the opponent testimony, they mentioned 6 major things. I'm just going to highlight those because, as the carrier of the bill said, it is the last one. And I do want to go home, but I want us to do the right thing. The definitions in the bill are unclear and inconsistent, and they're confusing. There's a lack of oversight, reporting clarity, or enforcement. It does not identify whom to report, and often whether the reporting is anonymous. There's no clear guidance on which laboratories would be required to report this information, whom they would report to, when they would report this information, and which agency would enforce those requirements. It's a duplication of effort, as I said before. We already have federal agent programs, FSAP, and NIH, the Office of Biotechnical Affairs. We often talk about those and those kinds of safety precautions that we have, particularly in both of those labs at Kansas State University on our campus. We also have the Department of Health and Environment that has reporting requirements. There's also an increased risk of non-compliance and non-conformance, and that's because of the reporting of near-miss accidents and the publicity that might come from that. And again, I come down to something that is very critical, and that is the public trust. Our committee in Manhattan, NBAth, the Department of Homeland Security, and it's switching over to the U.S. Department of Ag for supervision, works very hard to make sure that the procedures in that lab are as safe as they can possibly be. And I think this bill creates a sense of danger that is really not present. And I think it would harm us in terms of that public support we need. It will harm us in terms of saying to the businesses that want to locate around NBATH and take advantage of the one national lab, none other like it probably in the world, that is right here focusing on protecting our food supply. So I'm not voting for this bill. I think it duplicates what is already done, and I think it creates many other problems that we really don't need. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions for the senator from Cherokee? Senator Hildebrand. Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with many of the comments that were just made. I also have a research institution in my district. So one question I have is, and this is on page 2, lines 29 and 30, that if an organization does not maintain a website, these reports are to be submitted each quarter to the Office of the Assistant Secretary for Preparedness and Response, or such office's federal designee. Why would we ask our Kansas laboratories to report to a federal office?
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wasn't the author of the bill, but my recollection is that they report anyway to federal government and to the state that they've, and I'm not sure what agency the federal designee this would be, but I believe that's why.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if the institution doesn't have a website, the information is reported to a federal agency. How would that federal agency let our Kansas residents know that these reports have been submitted and how they could access them?
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and that's an excellent point about how can we rely on the federal government or our state government to respond on this. And I do believe that any time that you can have transparency with the public, that you increase and in public trust, you do not decrease it. And the big thing on this is someone can ask for that information. And this is very important. And most places today have a website. I don't know if the BioLab has a website. I have not checked that out yet. Websites are very common. Department of Health and Environment has several websites that you can use. Just using that as an example. So I hope that answered the good senator from Douglas's question.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my understanding is this does not require that an institution or organization post anything on the Kansas Department of Health and Environment website. It says if you don't have a website, you send it to a national office, submitting that quarterly. My concern would be I have probably less trust in some of the research that might be going on in smaller institutions or organizations that aren't as familiar with all the rules you have to follow, all the signage that you have to have for your biosafety level 3 or 4 labs. So I think that this confuses the public, and we would only see, as Kansas residents, we'd likely only see information that comes from our larger institutions that have that website and not all of the information that should be available. Again, I would be concerned that this reporting shall not replace or exclude any other reporting that is required. So I think this is just one more layer and a necessary layer for transparency. Thank you.
Any other questions for the Carrier, Senator Hildebrand. I see none. Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And a couple of corrections of things that I have said. I guess I better go back to probably the most important thing that I was wrong on. I said this was the last bill. I had forgotten that we passed over 395, so I apologize for getting your hopes up. The second thing was the revisor came up and clarified that that federal requirement they have to do anyway. It's not because of this bill. If an institution or organization maintains a website, be accessible and clearly linked on such website, that's A, or B, if an institution or organization does not maintain a website, it be recorded in a separate publicly accessible database if the data is available in a similarly timely manner and the database used is publicly noted and linked to by the laboratory, or be provided by the institution or organization within 2 business days after the request for a copy of such report is made to the institution or organization. Madam Chair, there was a couple of statements that before I close, I would like to respond to briefly. Duplication of process. I agree to an extent that this is a duplication of process, but the duplication of process comes with, instead of just reporting strictly to government, now you report to the people. And I do disagree that by having this information readily available for the citizens, the people, it does not decrease public trust. Again, it increases public trust because I don't know about a lot of you, but what I usually hear is a lot of mistrust in the government, and probably rightfully so. So anytime you can put information into the hands of the citizens, I do not believe that it is confusing for them. I think it is important for them to understand what is going on. And with that, Madam Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 441 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. I've been told our amendment has arrived, so we'll turn our attention back to Senate Bill 395. Okay. Senate will be at ease while we wait on the amendment to be turned in. Senate will come back to order. The chair recognizes a senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We were standing at ease while we had some amendments brought up to Senate Bill 395, and I understand those are ready.
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And first, I'd like to thank the good senator from Lynn County, Senator Tyson, for helping me with this amendment. There was a lot of angst on my first amendment that struck lines 17 through 24, and the angst seemed to be on lines 22 and 24 through 24 if we struck that. This amendment will strike only lines 19 through 21, and on line 23 where it says primary purpose.
Could I interrupt just a moment? Could we turn in the amendment for us?
Oh, I am so
Yes.
sorry. Yes,
Yes,
I did turn it in. It's
you turn in what's
3422.
All right. If we could pass out the amendment. Okay, go ahead and proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I won't go back and reiterate what I've previously stated in the wrong time. So going back just on line 23, where it says when the primary purpose of the surveillance, it strikes primary, and so it will say when the purpose of the surveillance. And with that, I will stand for questions.
Okay, questions on the amendment? Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you. I was just going to ask the senator from Cherokee a quick question.
Yes, go ahead.
When you take primary out, what happens at that point? What's the effect of the amendment so that we understand that as we vote on this?
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
So if your primary reason is going on there, now it has to be your sole purpose for going on there.
Other questions on the amendment? Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My question is, so you're striking the word primary, but I'm just curious if it then reads a wildlife biologist or a biotechnician when the purpose of surveillance is to track wildlife movement or migration. I've been thinking, what happens if this is a protected species or whatever? What does that do to me as a property owner? What if it's some critter that chews up trees? I'm just asking because I want to know, do those biology, those critters, whatever you want to call them, creatures, do they trump my property rights?
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll back up just a minute because I wasn't very clear on my explanation. Lines 19 through 21 are struck in the amendment, so that it will no longer be a part of the bill if this amendment is adopted. Line 23, where it says primary, and so why we strike primary and make it for the sole purpose is I could go on your property with the primary purpose of surveilling for to locate a missing person, but secondarily I could put up another camera to check for something else. So I was primarily there to check for a missing person, but while I was there I decided, this is a good place to catch a poacher. So removing that removes that from the bill.
Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Thank you. I understand the amendment now a lot better, and this is a half of an amendment. It appears as what we had before, so I am in support of this amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My comment is really in response to the question from the senator from Brown. Wildlife has a right to live as well, and they might have been inhabiting the property before one of the current owners arrived. So I do want to respect as much as we can the balance that we have between humans and other forms of life that live on property. I'm not as happy with this amendment as I think others might be. Thank you.
Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My response is in response to the Senator from Douglas's comments. Could she show me where those rights are, either in the Constitution or for those species?
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know that I have to stand for that, but I hope that we honor forms of life that are not identified in our Constitution. Thank you.
Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Thank you. I think my point's made. I will go further, though. I have a couple stocked fishing ponds. Okay? Paid to stock them, build them, invested quite a bit of money in them. Wildlife and Parks admitted, and it wasn't just Kansas, but it was bigger than that, they reintroduced river otters up in the northern Missouri. And those little critters, they carry all kinds of things. But they somehow came down the Missouri and came in the Nemaha River and backdoored 5 miles down Walnut Creek into my farm and annihilated my fish population. There was no tracking. I had to discover them. They wanted the pictures when I got them. But they go in and they will clean out your catfish. They will clean out, you know. And my point is that do I not have a right to stock a pond and stop those critters? We're going overboard. I can talk about the cattle situations up in Montana and Wyoming with the wolves and the bears and all of that, because all of a sudden, the so-called right that was mentioned by the senator doesn't exist in the Constitution. We know that, but my property rights do. And I think we need to remember what the goal is and what the purpose of this bill is, to make sure that those rights are a priority. Not the wildlife and parks, not what they deem is a priority. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are there additional questions from the Senator from Cherokee on his amendment? I see none. If you'd like to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Ayes have it. We're back on the bill. Are there additional questions from the Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren? I see none. Senator, if you'd like to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate the vigorous debate of the body today and the work of the committee, as well as others who brought this bill to us. And again, we can be pro-law enforcement and pro-Fourth Amendment at the same time, and I believe this bill does a good job of doing that. So, Madam Chair, I move that when the committee rises in report, it reports Senate Bill 395 as amended favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Ayes have it. Motion passes. The chair recognizes the majority leader from Cali, Senator Alley. Just a moment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Clerk will read the committee report.
On motion of Senator Alley, the Senate resolved itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of bills on the calendar under heading of General Orders with Senator Clays, then Senator Bowers in the chair. Recommended, Senate Bill 405, Senate Bill 336, Senate Bill 366, Senate Bill 419, Senate Bill 408, Senate Bill 421, Senate Bill 435, Senate Bill 367, Senate Bill 368, Senate Bill 434, Senate Bill 440, Senate Bill 441 be passed. Senate Bill 448, Senate Bill 425, Senate Bill 417, Senate Bill 399, Senate Bill 385 be amended by the adoption of the committee reports and the bills be passed as amended. Senate Bill 400, Senate Bill 450 be amended by the adoption of the committee reports recommending substitute bills and the substitute bills be passed. Senate Bill 373 be amended by the adoption of the committee report, be further amended on motion of Senator Thompson, and the bill be passed as further amended. Senate Bill 161 be amended by the adoption of the committee report, be further amended on motion of Senators O'Shea and Holland, and the bill be passed as further amended. Senate Bill 348 be amended on motion of Senator Francisco, and the bill be passed as amended. Senate Bill 395 be amended by the adoption of the committee report, be further amended on motion of Senator Hildebrand, and the bill be passed as further amended.
The chair recognizes the senator from Cloud, Senator Bowers, to adopt the committee report.
Report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The motion carries. Introduction of bills and concurrent resolutions, the clerk will read.
Senate Bill 531 by Committee on Federal and State Affairs, an act concerning health professions and practices. Senate Bill 532 by Committee on Federal and State Affairs, an act concerning elections. Senate Bill 533 by Committee on Federal and State Affairs, an act concerning driver's licenses. Senate Bill 534 by Committee on Federal and State Affairs, an act concerning crimes, punishment, and criminal procedure. Senate Bill 535 by Committee on Federal and State Affairs, an act concerning law enforcement. Senate Bill 536 by Committee on Federal and State Affairs, an act concerning wrongful conviction.
This constitutes introduction of Senate Bill 531 through Senate Bill 536. Reports of standing committees, the clerk will read.
Mr. President, your Committee on Commerce begs leave to submit the following report. The following appointments were referred to and considered by the committee, and your committee recommends that the Senate approve and consent to such appointments. By the Governor, Public Member, Employment Security Board of Review, Dawn McClure, Amber Nieces, Pam Pierce, Connor Cross. Senator Erickson, Chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Commerce recommends House Bill 2219 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Senator Erickson, Chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Education recommends Senate Bill 341 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Senator Baumgardner, Chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Education recommends Senate Bill 362 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Senator Baumgardner, Chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Public Health and Welfare recommends Senate Bill 453 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Senator Hildebrand, Chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Public Health and Welfare recommends House Bill 2279 be amended as recommended by the Committee on Public Health and Welfare as reported in the Journal of the Senate on March 25, 2021, and the bill be further amended by substituting with a new bill to be designated as Senate substitute for House Bill 2279, and the substitute bill be passed. Senator Hildebrand, Chairperson.
Are there announcements? The chair recognizes the senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. And tomorrow at 7 a.m. in room 142 South, the Legislative Bible Study will be having their weekly meeting, and they are still discussing, we are discussing rising to greatness. So thank you.
Chair recognizes the senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Just want to remind any veterans there's going to be a meeting tomorrow morning, 8:30 at 218 South, or North, excuse me. Thank you.
Are there any other announcements? Seeing none, the chair recognizes the senator from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Republicans will caucus tomorrow morning at 8:30 in room 548, and I yield to the senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
The chair recognizes the senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The Democrats will caucus also at 8:30 a.m. in our regular room, 287 North, tomorrow. I yield back to the senator from Cali.
Chair recognizes the senator from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the Senate adjourn until 9:30 a.m. Wednesday, February 23rd, 2022.
You have heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The motion carries. The Senate is adjourned.